Not just about the innovation, it's about saving lives and improving quality of life. When medicine meets technology, miracles happen, transforming and reshaping the future of the healthcare. A warm welcome to everyone to the prestigious report organized by Computer Society of India, Bangalore chapter, in collaboration with East Point Medical College and Research Center and East Point College of Engineering and Technology. It's an evening and honor to have you all here today with us as we embark on a journey to explore the intersection of medicine and technology and uncover the groundbreaking innovations that are shaping the future of healthcare. This event brings together some of the brightest minds from both the technology and the medical fields with a distinguished speakers who will share their insights and expertise in developing healthcare solutions. Through this talk, we aim to discover new avenues for research and innovation ideas that can transform the healthcare industry and improve the patient outcome. With this, I now welcome again everyone, and we have our distinguished speakers among us. I request, before I call them on the dais, we would like a small AV of our chief guest, Dr. Sachidanand, to be.
Dr. S. Sachidanand is a distinguished dermatologist with extensive experience and notable credentials. He is an advisor, Singapore Medical Research and Research Institute, Conclave. He is a member, Board of Governors, PUS University, Bengaluru, and a member, Board of Management at KNA University, Belagavi, JSS University, Mysuru, and Apex Professional University, Pasikar, Arunachal Pradesh, and Capital Council, SYASA, Bengaluru. He was former Vice Chancellor, RTHS, Bengaluru, former Director of Medical Education, Government of Karnataka, Bengaluru, former Regional Director, UNCRI, Bengaluru, former Registrar, Evaluation, RTHS Karnataka, former Professor and Head of the Department of Dermatology, STD and Leprosy at Bangalore Medical College and Research Institute, Bengaluru, former Registrar, Evaluation, RTHS, former Professor and Head of the Department of Dermatology, STD and Leprosy at Bangalore Medical College. He was President of IIT and Honorary General Secretary, President of South Asian Association of Dermatologists, Vice President, President of Association of Cutaneous Surgeons of India, and Vice President, Founder President of Association of Facial Institutions and Aesthetic Surgeons of India and Community Dermatology Society of India. After his study fellowship courses in dermatology, aesthetic dermatology, pediatric dermatology, dermatopathology, and BSCRI, member of ACTS, and Indian Society of India, Indian Community Dermatology Society. Achievements include Dr. B.C. Roy Ireland, Karnataka branches, Nagapati Bengaluru Award, BBMP Bengaluru, and lifetime achievement of IETN, Dr. K.C. Kumar IETN, Jai Sir, Shri Krishna Anand Award, Raja Verma, Udupi, and Parimala Award, Mantra and others. He has published around 116 articles in the next journal. Let's
Next, we have our CEO. We promote about this. There is a brief AV about him.
Shri Pramod Gowda is a highly accomplished professional. Shri Pramod Gowda is a highly accomplished professional with extensive experience in education industry. He holds a PhD and MBA from Texas University, USA. He is also the CEO and trustee of NG Charitable Trust, where he works to support the organization's mission of providing quality education and healthcare to underprivileged communities. Through his leadership, he has helped to ensure that East Point remains in the forefront of the education industry. Sri Pramod Gowda is also the executive director of Ashish Hospital, Bengaluru. Prior to this, Sri Pramod Gowda served as an academic senate member at NTU, that led him to gain valuable experience in academic leadership, management, and governance. With a strong background in educational sector, he still has successfully in the healthcare industry with his ability to match your skills and experience. Let's put hands together to welcome Sri Pramod Gowda.
Next up, we have Dr. Pradeep Desai. He is the chairman of Computer Society of India, Bangalore chapter.
Dr. Pradeep is the co-founder and CEO of TinySat Innovations Private Limited. TinySat develops accessible and affordable healthcare solutions using digital technologies, human technology, and AI. Dr. Pradeep has experience in developing innovative solutions for medtech, health tech, and digital therapeutics. Before becoming an entrepreneur, he had senior leadership positions at General Electric, Tata Consultancy Services, and Philips Research. He set up and led global teams for research and innovation at these companies. He did his postdoctorate at Dauphine University, Paris, France, PhD in computer science and engineering, master in electronics and bachelor in ABA, computer applications, Newport University, USA. Dr. Pradeep is the fellow, Institute of Engineering and Technology, UK, senior member, Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, USA, life member, Indian Society for Technical Education, chairman of CSI, Bangalore. He has a strong network in the industry, research and academy. Let's put hands together to welcome Dr. Pradeep Desai.
Next up, we have Mr. Anthony Peter. He's the vice chairman of Computer Society of India, Bangalore chapter. ABP.
After he his training in information technology sector spans over 3 decades, where his academic prowess in entrepreneurial blend. From his schooling and into public sector to establishing himself as a prominent figure in IT, his career reflects a relentless pursuit of excellence. After completing a postgraduate diploma in business management from St. Joseph's College of Business Administration, Bangalore, Anthony embarked on his professional journey. His early tech-wide associated products showcased his business acumen, leading to the establishment of Credo agencies, a distribution company, transitioning to the IT sector, Anthony founded Age, an IT service company, where his visionary leadership propelled innovative solutions like Synchron. As managing director at Taurus Hardsoft Solutions Private Limited, he showcased relentless in steering organizations to excellence. Beyond his professional endeavors, Anthony engages in philanthropic initiatives as a member of the DME Educational Trust. His dedication earned him the Intel Award for Innovation in High Performance Computing. Currently, he serves as chairman-elect of CSI, Bangalore, and co-founder Maze Technologies, continuing to drive innovation in the IT industry. Let's put our hands together to welcome Mr. Anthony.
Next, we have a person who has been instrumental in bringing this event a dream come true. We welcome Dr. Prakash, the Senior Vice
Prakash
President.
holds the distinguished position of Senior Vice President at East Point Group of Institutions in Bengaluru with an impressive career trajectory. He has accumulated a wealth of experience and expertise in the education sector. Prior to his current role, Dr. Prakash has held pivotal leadership positions at renowned institutions, further enhancing his stature in the field. He has served as the VP at Mughal Babu University, bringing on significant responsibilities. Additionally, his tenure as the executive director at Chandigarh University and as a dean and professor at Dayananda Sagar University has enriched his academic and administrative experience. Early in his career, Dr. Prakash has contributed to the growth and development of NIT Limited, a private organization in the education and IT sector. Recognizing the evolving landscape of education more by more, we passionately conduct sessions for faculties emphasizing the crucial importance of staying ahead in educational systems. Let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. Prakash.
As we prepare to embark on this journey of enlightenment and inspiration, let the secret strains within us and the blessings of divine grace upon our head. May I now invite Ms. Kirtana to present the invocation song.
విజయ వినాయకనే గజముఖనే కరుణా బ్రహ్మలు అనవరత వచిసుమా పూజలోడయా గణేశనే పూజలోడయా విజయ వినాయకనే ಮೊದಲು ನಿನ್ನ ದಾರಿನ ರಂಭ ಜಗದೆಲ್ಲ ಮೊದಲ ಪೂಜೆಯ ನಾದವೇ ನುಡಿದ ನೆನೆಸಿದರೆ ಯಾವ ಕಾರ್ಯದಲ್ಲೂ ವಿಜಯ ವಿನಾಯಕನೇ ಕರುಣಾ ಅನವರತ ಮೂಜನ ದೊಡೆಯ ಗಣೇಶನೇ ಮೂಜನ ದೊಡೆಯ ವಿಜಯ ವಿನಾಯಕನೇ.
We will now have a traditional lamp lighting ceremony as a tribute to Mother Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge. And first, what can we please go towards the lighting? Seeking the blessings of our founder chairman, late Dr. S.M. Venkatapati sir, I welcome our chairperson, Srimati Ramadevi Manjula. I also welcome our CEO, Mr. Rajkumar sir, in this session. I now request Dr. Pradeep Desai sir, chairman of CSI, Bangalore chapter, to present the welcome speech.
Morning. It's a great honor people of satisfaction that I'm here to address all of you. Um, we have been very, very thankful, I would say, to this point for giving us this opportunity from Congress Society of India. On behalf of all my management committee members of Congress Society of India, Bangalore chapter, and the overall Congress Society of India membership, we seek these kind of partnership, and it's really mutually beneficial topics that we bring to the fore. Those are very experts in the field, both for the medical fraternity as well as technology. Um, and look at this fantastic amalgamation of two areas coming together for a single purpose of providing the best healthcare that one can think of people. So today's seminar is all about trying to see how technology enables and improves healthcare. And also I must say that in today's world, there's a huge lot of disruption that is coming through technology. And it is a learning exercise for people in the technology space, as well as the professionals in the medical space, to kind of adopt what is happening today. Uh, and the whole idea is that can we make healthcare affordable? Can we make healthcare, more effective? Can we reach out? Do we have accessibility and reach out to the larger population in this country? Because healthcare is not really confined to a city, not just confined to a small, place where it is like hospital. We are trying to see whether we can take healthcare beyond these places. What do we take to really bring healthcare? What does it take to bring healthcare to the poor people who get struggle? And that's where we as technologists continuously try and figure out how do we bring the problem, how do we make it more effective. Because without medical fraternity, this is not possible, right? So together we're trying to embark on something which is, I think, futuristic, something that will change the kind of let's say, the area, the platform area of how healthcare should be provided in India. India is a very, very complex place. It has just towards the goods and everything including. So it's different than the Western world versus trying to bring healthcare in a country like ours. It's totally different. So, this seminar actually, when we thought about this seminar, we were trying to figure out how to bring this topic onto this this country. Because we have medical, we have pharmacy, we have engineers, we have all three, and that's the core. No better place like East Point, we thought it would be a good platform to launch it. We wanted really to. So we just feel that we really want this kind of a platform as kind of events. We have lined up some of the best people in the technology side. We have lined up some of the best people in the medical profession and how they are looking to work something that really helps. Be it anything from a complex disease to very simple and I don't know what simple but much more common kind of challenges that is faced. So, without taking much time, I'm actually looking forward to this event. I'm very happy to have Dr. Sachin here. He is one of the renowned technologists in the world. Uh, we have, you know, the so and we have Dr. Pramod, who has kind of really been very helpful to because we have Prakash. Dr. Prakash has been very, very helpful in understanding. He has personally taken us to actually sort of an issue that this event was very helpful. And therefore, without any doubt, I think they will be able to have very good success. Because I'm so positive that it's going to be one. It also happens to be a teenager favorite that means, these guys that teenagers will be having now. So, yeah, so, I'm really excited to be and I'm actually looking forward to listen to all the experts. And going to give us this opportunity. Thank you from my CSI colleagues who really put a lot of effort to make this happen. Thank you very much.
May I now request Pramod sir to welcome our chief guest. I request Dr. Prakash to welcome our CEO, Pramod sir. I request Pradeep sir to welcome Anthony sir. I request Dr. Prakash sir to welcome Pradeep sir. I now request Dr. Prakash sir to welcome our CSI members and also set the agenda.
गुरु ब्रह्मा गुरु विष्णु गुरु देवो महेश्वर गुरु साक्षात परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः. May the blessings of all the gurus who nurtured me to be the blessings of our founder chairman, Shri Venkatpati ji, today's guest Dr. Sachin, former our pillar trustee and CEO, Mr. Pramod Gowda ji, Mr. Rajiv Gowda ji, in his absence here, and my mentor, Secretary Mr. Peter Francis, sir, is going to join a few minutes from now. My friend, Pradeep Desai, Chairman, CSR Chapter, Anthony, Vice Chairman and Chairman-elect for Computer India, Chapter, Secretary, Vijay, Opana, for a long time, I've been associated with my company, CSR Projects. Thank you so much. Before I start to set the tone here, being in education and training industry, there are certain technologies which are really disrupted major industries. Today, AI has disrupted a lot. When I tell he has disrupted your healthcare sector, it has disrupted the banking sector, it has disrupted the insurance sector, it has disrupted almost all sectors. It has highly disrupted even my education sector. Today, the complete EdTech company is around $4 billion, 6.4 billion, which is going to be reaching on $14.1 billion by 2028. The disruption that is going to bring to the education sector. This is certain points what I want to present. And how AI actually disrupted all industries. And today, if I see the news from all top publishers, they all see this. So many people have left. Somewhere in the last 2 years, big MNCs have laid off around 2.6 lakh employees. This is one of a huge gap. And you can see around startups have laid off around 6,000 people in just October 2002, 2000, in 2023. This economic time data. AI is also replacing professionals in every profession, every industry and department. Most coders in India will lose jobs in the next 2 years. This is a Yahoo's report. Next, AI is taking over accounting and finance jobs. This is a Business Insider. Lawyers think that we are the king. Lawyers is not going to replace. Yes, there is a quote which is quote by one of the best lawyer, immigration lawyer, Jackson, which is published in Analytics India magazine. It tells that lawyers should start thinking now. There may be days where they can also be replaced. So even engineers, managers, developers are also getting replaced. So an entire generation is working in jobs that won't exist. Yeah. This is analytics India magazine. On the top of all this, there is a company in China which has replaced the CEO. And till now, they feel that the accuracy of decision making is much better. This is again in one of the magazines. So AI won't replace doctors. People are very happy. No, but what is the statement? Sangeeta Reddy, who heads the Apollo Hospitals, joint managing director of Apollo Hospitals, she made this statement in India today, very recently, in 2023. It was reported, AI won't replace doctors, but doctors who don't use AI will be definitely replaced. So this is the statement. I'm just putting out few stats here. All companies have started focusing towards profitability, cost cutting. Instead of going towards unsustainable revenue growth, they think that adapting to AI will actually perform an operational. Okay. So I see whenever any industry got disrupted, wealth got redistributed. And whenever any industry got disrupted, wealth got redistributed. Let me tell you some stats. In 1760, wealth went from farmers to factory workers. In 1870, factory workers to machine operators. 2005, machine operators to technology operators. 2023, not even 24. 2023, technology operators to AI operators. So, I tell that let us accept this reality. AI is all the skills and when it is tech. It's a complete business model today. We all should embrace AI, incorporate AI in our life, also in the system. Many times as a teacher in this thing, auditorium speaking, video and AR in education, in computer science stream, we used to always tell the students upskill, upskill, upskill. Now we tell the people, no upskill, reskill yourself. Computer is a paradigm shift in the fundamental research. The way that AI is interpreted the education system, is a kind of the education sector, and with a very competency of a lot of startups that they predict people go to healthcare sector and how the technology is used for the healthcare sector. But from a education sector per se, I want to tell you, in 2005, there was a company called Salesforce. You know, the world's largest brand company. They came up with a product that is traded. Traded is a product that is really for their own employees. There is no police. There is a video for it. There is a video content for it. And there is an assessment at and they call it as a reading mix. Which plays the trade. You trade education sector today. See that, and anybody can actually go online, visit for this, for any learning path, automatically. Trust me, now if you actually register for a training for that learning path as a developer, down the line you will be AI prompting, you can answer the changes that's happening. Many times we start experimenting small, slow learners, medium learners, fast learners. So yes, there is curriculum personalization, content personalization, assessment personalization. Now people are doing personalized medical care for individuals, personalized medication in pharmacy, personalized education for this can be done. Today, trust me, Medtech companies, all of us, especially the education there is a course which is going to scale up, which costs you 5 lakh rupees. It's completely automated. Real area, including content gets personalized, learning path gets personalized, your assessment gets personalized. So, really fast. So, let us embrace AI. Let us think about it. Let us keep on asking. One great technology platform that they created here. They have many things that we get. One end, they have technical tracks, where they have converse here. That is fruitful discussion. So, thanks to Pradeep once again for giving us a chance to host. The last year, told me that MC, there is a discussion going on having a conclave on Medtech. And I told us they were being hosted. Thanks for coming. Thank you once again. Wish you all the best. God bless you. This is the protocol what we should do. We have CSI fellow members here. It's a great privilege and honor for us to welcome Mr. Christian Anglisa. Sir, you are being a pickup for us for CSI. We worked at very long time experience. And just associate with us. I don't know to get to Christian Anglisa. Then we have Mr. Vishwas Gupta. May I request Professor Latte, sir? Please. Dr. Anusuya, I request Madam, please hand over. She is the managing director of Medtech. They are Mr. Money. Thank you, Money. Money being associated with you for a long time, and I am the chairman of this private chapter. Thank you, Money. Uh, May I request Prem Kumar sir to come on the dais and just give a token of our gratitude to Mr. Pradeep Desai, chairman CSR private chapter. Sir, look at it. Open there. Prem Kumar sir, there is one this one. And I request Dr. Diwakar sir to just give a token of gratitude from our end to Mr. Anthony, Vice Chairman, CSR Private Chapter. I want you to just open that. Open up that. Okay. Thank you once again. Let me thank also the future manager this year. Sridhar happens to be there as a private for 25 years. Sridhar, come Sridhar. She has been with the private chapter for 25 years. 30 years. In 30 years, she has a private chapter. I have finished. Thank you for all. Thank you for your support. Yes, Sridhar, always. Thank you so much. Thank you once again. Over to Shilpa.
Thank you, sir. May I now request our Chief Guest, Dr. Sachidanand sir, to share his views and address the gathering.
Very good morning to everyone. Sorry, I disrupted the dance. But disrupted was really disrupted to me. Why did you use that word? Disruption is to make a way. So, this is the way also. We have two different domain experts assembled here. How many are here from the engineering background here? Just recognize. How many are from medical background? So this is the place where technology and medical or other sciences have blended together. And how we have this marriage of has taken care of knowledge. It has blended very gradually and slowly. And today, that is what has brought us all together here. This is Pramod Banerjee, CEO. He's with from institutions. Dr. Prakash, Senior Vice President, Madam Dr. Ashwini, Advisor, Director, Prabhakar, Principal of the Medtech. Dr. Pradeep Desai, Chairperson of CSI, scientific leader, and all this faculty come here to deliver the lectures. Shyam Vasudeva, Viku Gopal, Rajan Bhaskar, Srivasan, Vijay Kumar, Rajendra Kurdi, Mahesh Jain, Balchandra, kindly pardon me. So what is technology? We are not talking about technology today. I will talk very basic here. There are a lot of people computer words. I am putting across my medical professional perspective of the technology that we really want to do. So technology refers to application of science, knowledge, or practical. Very simple practice. Science knowledge we apply practically. And what does it do? It helps us in solving problems, it helps us in improving products, and generates new tools and innovations. And suggest that technology blends with medical education or science, computer science, improving technology, biotechnology. So technology flows down to scientific knowledge, and scientific knowledge is brought to digital transformation. That's what we talk about. So what is digital transformation? This is the first word today. Right? We will see that the Indian government has now taken up this in a big way. So this is a big mission launched by the central government. For the transmission of services. In other sectors, business services is right? And technology that contribute to this transformation are the digital platform of the internet of things and global computing, artificial intelligence, and data science, which have rendered very well at the same time, and as to the benefit of the large. At the same time, sectors other than sectors are putting on the financial and telecommunications. These two also the technology has in a big way. So, if the military has entered and no doubt its role in medical education and training and healthcare services are no exception at all. In other sectors, we can divide it into one has taken place like in the field of medical education and also healthcare services delivery. These two are the fields which we have to look at today. Digital technology and healthcare includes changes related to internet and digital technologies, resulting in new therapies and best practices for healthcare services. So whatever we whatever we look at, statement place, we need to change the lab in digital technologies. So you have to do these the doorway or the gateway for the changes that are required. And at the same time, digital technology experts are developing technology to teach and train students in digital colleges. And then also the second change that is happening. Yes, very complex, but it has got a lot of ingredients in it, interdependent, which are collaborating with each other. It was what in this previous collaboration, integration, collaboration, and multidisciplinary. So, the way in which the interaction between technology and medical health science field is happening. It just some of the benefits of digital transformation is increasing employee productivity. We are doing things the way we wanted to do, that's the traditional way all these years. And now we have this digital transformation. It has brought in employee productivity. It is also improvisation in effectiveness and efficiency of the services delivered. Thirdly, reduction in operating costs. The whole blending of technology and health sciences is to make it affordable, make it cost effective. And that is what it helps in research. We used to look at the number of data that we have lost all these years. Before the digital, we had no way of recording records, it was all physical. And if you gather physical application is very difficult. And now the digitization has made it very easy. The huge data that we collect can be analyzed, can be made the best use of, make policies, and also help us in research. What is happening? So, all technology and medical education is what the benefits. Students are the beneficiaries, and equally the faculty. They form the two pillars in medical education. Other than health science, healthcare is the improvement, and the doctors. The technology has come down and are now benefiting students, our doctors, teachers, and patients at large. Coming to all technology and medical education. If I summarize, these are the domains in which medical education is changed by introduction of technology in this field. One is media, technology, audience participation, virtual reality, and mobile devices, and social media. There are many more, but I saw that them. So, other things are with management, right? If you call this a disruption, then all managers are going to be part as well. So I'm saying, I'm not saying what management community. It's community leads to growth, to change, community leads to progress. And that's what has happened with the slide. It improves accessibility, improves effectiveness, interactivity, online, and also helps in updating knowledge. You remember as AI goals. E-learning. What is e-learning? Also, the students are they know better. They have access to information anytime, anywhere. So that is what technology has provided. You have access to a wide range of information. You have engagement behaviors. You just with the help of your mobile phone, you can now access anytime, anywhere. Okay, that is the virtual classrooms. Big classrooms, smart classrooms, and virtual classrooms are those where student even if he is absent, he can listen to the lecture of his teacher, favorite professor, and not research. It simplifies complex subjects by videos, animations, and interactive simulations. The thinking there, Rajeshwari and Kumar and others would we had no such during our student days. We used to imagine if you read that RBC goes through a vein, we used to really know it goes through. But you can actually see, you can visualize. That is that magic that technology has brought in. For understanding subjects in a much easier way. This is going to happen with us. We were just imagining on the road, but now we visualize. And more importantly, e-learning enhances the learning experience. It's a pressure. It's a pressure to learn. Gone are the days of boring directly. Yes. Professor and the comment stand in the podium, give lecture. It was a one-way communication. Student with a lot, nobody with other. But it used to be just one way. Nowadays, learning is an experience. Result experience. This is what technology is about. Multimedia education, again, it enhances engagement, where students and teacher can engage in interaction and makes it more very interesting to faculty members. Varied learning styles are available. Teaching can be now done through audio or through video or even animations. These are the advantages. Whereas it was traditional way of teaching, I would prefer the traditional way and the digital way. That's the debate that we are talking about. In traditional way, it used to be only a chart and a blackboard and a chart teacher used to use. And the most it was a speed for the it used to keep the students corrected. But now we have so many other things that can engage the students and make it more interactive. Right? You can access remotely. Even those, you can affect the learners. You can imagine the fate of a disabled person. They cannot be physically able to come to a class, but you can get this information in real life. Deliver information to people who are disabled as well. Audience participation also is now possible. It's possible to have a quiz program, a small quiz where interactively the presenter can find out what is the level of understanding whether they actually understand the subject or not. So, opinion for communicate. Then the way part, the technology has come into help us. Live chat features in all of you must have listened to participate in Zoom meetings. Even during Zoom meetings, conversing with the speaker, you can put questions, chat, and then you can get answers. So that's the advantage again. This is what technology is providing. The real-time discussions on sharing of enhancements, interactivity, inclusive collaboration. Virtual reality and augmented reality. Augmented reality. These are again very unique features which is helped us in other learning phase. I would like to third point, virtual tools inside human body. You could actually travel through a vein. There are devices where you could actually feel that you are an RBC and you are traveling through the vein. You are an electric impulse. You are traveling to the nerve. You can experience that. So teaching is not only just listening and it's also experience. That is what augmented reality and virtual reality has brought us. It enhances personal learning, it enhances collaborative learning. Access to different area students and remote students. Students who are blind, students who are deaf, can also experience these things. And that is what technology has brought. Simulation. This is another thing that is coming to medical education where simulation operates the need for patients. Simulators, they can afford to use this many times till they can become perfect. and then learn. Even the faculty members, even before going for a surgery, on the previous day, they can practice it on simulation. So simulation is not at that level where you can establish neurosurgery routine, urology, where you can go and practice that before actually doing procedures. And mobile devices, I do not say much for all experts in that, how to use mobiles, how to use laptops, and use technology in that. All you need to have is just internet and Wi-Fi connection, which brings the whole world into your mobile. The whole world is brought to your mobile, and that is the advantage that we have today. Social media is another important learning tool where information can be disseminated in a feed within matters of seconds. The entire country can get information for that matter. Whether through Facebook or Twitter or Instagram or WhatsApp, you know better. You can use it for Telegram or whatnot. Smart classroom leaders need to have this interactive whiteboards, and learning management. Syllabus played an important role during COVID times when the whole country was locked down. Because through these learning systems that we could reach out to students, establish online classrooms, continue to teach programs without disruption in the right sense, and we could disseminate knowledge and cover the emotions during COVID times. So smart classrooms and virtual classrooms are becoming now. Healthcare services, right? This is called electronic health and medical records, telemedicine and remote monitoring, Internet of Things, medical image technology, AI and ML, wearable devices, robotic surgery and assistive technology, healthcare analytics and operational planning. Again, the list can go on, but I have written these few where impact on the healthcare level. Personal experience also. Many of you would have doctor friends where message him that you have some health problem and you have to on the WhatsApp or Telegram itself. Telemedicine started in India 3 decades ago. I think it was so of launching satellites and then wherein patient or remote place could be consulted. You consulting a doctor sitting in the capital city or a district quarter, and he could deliver the health services. You don't even know what to do. And again, in COVID, government had to relax some regulations to accommodate telemedicine. And telemedicine is going to play a big role in the future as well. Internet of Things is a big thing to healthcare services. What is the Internet of Things? A lot of jargon for medical work. You have to understand that as you use it in your day-to-day practice. This system of wireless interconnected devices that can collect, send, store, or network. You want to go over interface or human to computer interaction. That is the Internet of Things. I want to streamline the security. Proactive and predicts health issues, the diagnosing, treating, and monitoring more and out of the hospital. And worldwide, IoT is being used by players to make this. IoT can be considered as any device that can collect health-related data, including these computing devices, mobile phones, smart watches, implants, devices, and then all of these help us in controlling and studying information. And that is what is Internet of Things. A lot of new gadgets are in the market now where they are used to collect data. For example, your smart watches. It collects data from your system. It could record your heartbeat, record your pulse rate, it could record your BP. How does it happen? It collects data on that system where and then it is, the outcome is there. This is another device where wound healing is made very quicker. Normally, a wound takes around 7 to 10 days to heal, and the wounds take a little longer. Here is when you use this thin metal, nanoscale fibers are spread over the wound, and it acts as an extracellular matrix. And the wound heals, if it is clean, it heals within 3 to 4 days. That is technology now. So this nanofibers are the ones which help them speeding the wound healing process. And the architecture of IoT can be taken in 3 layers. One is the perception layer, the network layer, and the application layer. What are these? And just the perception layer consists of sensor systems. We have been using a lot of sensors without our knowledge, which help us to collect data. To collect data. What are the sensors that we use? The RFID, radio frequency identification, infrared sensors, input from 60 cameras, GPS, sensors, and smart sensors. Whatever data we get from that, this will allow for comprehensive perception through object recognition, location recognition, and convert this information to digital signals. Which can be read, can be analyzed, can be used for better care and health services. And sensor technologies allow for treatments to monitor in real time and using multiple physiological parameters for the patient. So that is different. Right. And what are the gadgets that we use for IoT? Bluetooth inhalers, delivering quantity of medicine for asthma patients. Sometimes we take more, sometimes we take less. But here, measured quantity of medicine is delivered to the patient. Silence can be reduced, overdose can be reduced, things like that. Vital signs monitoring patches. Patches, when applied to the skin, can monitor your vital signs. This is very useful in ICUs. Wearables like glucose monitors, insulin pens, sleep trackers, fall detectors, elderly people calling and prevent wireless and smart watches are all devices which are used to record smart voice assistants. In those people who cannot read and like smart voice assistants, if they just give a dictation, they can analyze and execute it. Social robots to know where all the operation status now, what's the robotic surgery, anything, smart cameras, CCTV, other smart cameras can detect even during running times and in the dark as well. There are scanners like this, scanners inside the scanner, the entire body is scanned from head to foot, and in a few minutes you will report saying that you got acne on your face, you got peanut on your chest, you have a hole on your right leg, and this hole is not cancerous, it is not malignant. The report is given. So things can happen in future. So much so that there are certain instruments like even before you receive OPD hospital, even before you go to the doctor, you want to stand in front of a machine, scanning machine, which will give you height, your blood pressure, your basic vital parameters. And with that report, you go to the doctor, you save time. And if you just give a drop of blood, more than 100 investigations can be done with just a drop of blood. Gone are the days when you have to draw a line and right. Just one or two drops will be enough to give you the elaborate report. And those days are not far off. And with that report, you go to the doctor. So what is the deal with the report? Health sensors. There are innumerable health sensors available now to record data from the human body and future some of these measures will not only do medical diagnosis, Participated in the treatment diseases. Naturally, when you have the information, you diagnose and participate in the treatment of the disease. And these levels and then just the find all kinds of taking edges, vital factors. Feedback information from investment to diagnose. All the results and guidance. So these are all future which is very accepting all of the sensors are going to come to the market. As extras people are going to use them, and you need to be more digitally literate to understand these things and implement them in your practice. What's in the repair, as I mentioned earlier, in the surgical field, surgical accuracy, wherever there is wherever there is monotony, and healthcare results can be much faster and more precise. That is what nanotechnology, I mentioned earlier, where it can be utilized, nanoparticles can be designed, put in nanoparticles and can be used. Nanoparticles is a big thing. And but the gold can turn into material for nanocell. For example, I'm doing nanocell. It can be used in the treatment of nanocell in human beings in life. So perhaps skin cancer will be treated with gold in the future. These gold particles which are helpful in treating the cancer cells. Coming to the second layer, there is network layer. This network layer is data communication and storage. You all have heard of many including servers and other things. Now we have smart range communication technology such as RFID, wireless sensor networks, Bluetooth, low power Wi-Fi, and other communications. And high frequency, 4G and 5G communication mobile now. 4G and 5G sensor networks have seen even more communication potential. And anything that is now is cloud computing, they are not beyond cloud computing, it's edge computing. I think probably others will be addressing. I'm not that is what is next. Cloud computing is a huge space for it. This computing is everybody uses, you have your own storage. So all electronic health records can be stored in the and you can imagine through digital technology, digital technology, which is proposed to bring all the hospitals, all the private hospitals, all the public hospitals, and huge data will be collected. And this can be stored and analyzed. It's called as big data. Enough data is in huge quantities of big data, and that can be used to analyze and develop policies. We can also put that kind of data available. Blockchain technology includes local decentralized. Blockchain technology is storing data in your own space. You cannot be altered at all. You cannot be touched. For example, your marks cards, your degree certificate, which blockchain technology is used. One of the ways that marks cards are created and reproduced, and all sorts of that doesn't happen now. Third layer is the application layer, where the application layer interprets and applies data in the most promising applications. And the AI, not as we go to AI, and that is all applicable in the image analysis, text recognition, and drug activity design, and predictable gene mutation. So also that in future a day may arrive when code of law, if a doctor has been already included in the code of law, just may ask, doctor, have you taken the second medicine from AI? No, that's not hard. Jokingly, when your AI is going to replace no. Doctors know AI will replace doctors who do not know. So AI will become the integral part of our practice in the future, and it's going to be there. We need to be aware of these things. So much so that it's called as artificial intelligence, but this intelligence improves over a period of time, and more data gets the intelligence goes on improving. The first example, if I have 100 images of skin cancer, melanoma, if I have 100 images in my computer, and if I have another patient I take a photograph and I see it. Computer can analyze and say, this would be probably malformed. You don't know. But if I had 1,000 images, it compares with those 1,000 images, you know. But if there are lakhs and lakhs of images of melanoma, it's go to the people. If you get a box and this photo matches with those images, the accuracy of diagnosing improves over a period of time. More and more data, more accurate it becomes. And that's what it's all about AI. So the day would also come, if you have data, you have the investigations, you have everything available, and then this can be one without even power presentation. Everything can be kept in the computer, but this is in one. And so ultimately, Internet of Things is going to make things more proactive, continuous, and more data flow. In traditional mode, it was often reactive, become proactive. So if you make continuous, so the uncoordinated now becomes coordinated. That's the advantage of using technology to create this. Right? And just go through this. The visual subjects, radiology, dermatology, pathology, and cardiology are subjects where AI can be employed very strong. These are the applications of AI. The question, the impact of technology in care is it is immeasurable. It is blended so well that we cannot live without it. It has become inevitable now. So long as in future have to use technology for faster diagnosis, for accurate diagnosis, for accurate conceptions, and to deliver what is now called as precision medicine. To deploy this and use these, the technology has to be used. One example is OT, where you can count the number of equipments here where technology has been used. I was count. Everything, every single piece here, technology is there. With OT, is one of the examples where I can give technology is related to it. The second is the result directory. In the result directory, every equipment that you have is not technology based, so you cannot get into that. But what are the processes that we need to have when using technology? Analysis of data, privacy, confidentiality, devices to be designed as standardized. More research is on the efficiency of complex technology storage. Deep or clinical guidance. We need to rework our clinical guidance because technology is coming. What we had in the traditional way of thinking, now with digital way of thinking, clinical guidance. Above all, they have to be digital literacy. Digital literacy is important. We have to know, we have to learn this language, we have to understand at least the basics to use these gadgets and thank you so much for listening. So this was basically a medical professional's view about technology.
Thank you, sir. It was indeed an insightful talk. Thank you so much. May I now request our CEO, Mr. Conclave, to another guest today, Dr. U. Chandrasekhar. He was a former additional director of also visiting professor in Mumbai. He is also CEO of Scientific Innovation and Research Center and faculty CPD of IISc Bangalore. We welcome you, sir. We now proceed towards our speakers for today. We have some esteemed speakers among us. The first one is Dr. Shyam Vasudev Rao, the founder and director of Buddha Cell Development and DHP. We have a short review of his to brief about him.
Dr. Shyam Vasudeva Rao, a distinguished figure in high-performance computing, brings a wealth of experience from the prestigious Indian Institute of Science. His tenure at C.G. Smith, Ericsson, and Philips Medical Systems marked by significant innovative projects. Notably, he co-invented the non-star antivirus and contributed to 3D draft at Forest Health, earning numerous accolades. As founder of Forest Health Private Limited and Renewing Health Systems, he promotes digital health solutions. Dr. Shyam's expertise spans strategic product management and academic mentorship. Currently serving as technical director at Maastricht University, he actively contributes to healthcare innovation forums. With his steadfast commitment to research and innovation, Dr. Shyam shapes the future of healthcare technology, epitomizing visionary leadership and dedication to excellence. Let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. Shyam Vasudeva.
I request Dr. Kiran Kumar sir to come on the dais and welcome him.
Good morning. Thank you for the nice opportunity to the real talent crowd here. I see a lot of the pastor and the team they started so that they whom we have been working for a long time. So the topic what when we gave you we talk about managing using AI. So there's a very interesting thing. I think Professor Sachidanand will very enough idea of what we are talking about AI and all that. When it's applied to healthcare, which is one of the most crucial things, like there is a huge and 2019, the WHO came out with a very good publication, which is not 20 page. And they talk about managing mismatch systems. And that contributes to many things what they see that there are the 4 A's: affordability, accessibility, availability, and transformability. So these are the 4 A's, which is causing mismatch. And I am just trying to see how I have applied to what I do. So if you take a healthcare system like you see that the hospital, what we talk about is okay, I want to get with 200 beds, with 8 ICUs and all that stuff. But if you see, there is many things in the hospital is managing the top part, your inpatients and there is another part which is basically the outpatient department, registration and all that. And also, some kind of treatment, basically, physiotherapy, treatment like dialysis, people coming every alternate day to the hospital. And there is what is the battle actually which actually causes a lot of so basically if there is a way by which I can move of the tree, that is one of the ways by which I can reduce the cost of and also see to it that the faculty, the staff will be utilized. So I thought we said that we can use gas, kiosks, all this stuff. And then treatment to home. That is something which is very good for people and also the hospital because the same whatever the hospital will charge, they can actually get by not every hospital. So there is where we see that the IOMT, the medical things, and see that is what we apply. And through that, we can the first level is about patient go to hospital, you are already going to the patient to see the pandemic. So this is what we and now you see on the big reality and most of the growth is happening in this space. So I think idea or actually is something which is changing the way healthcare is delivered. So increase the affordability and also get accessibility to the patient. So I take an example which I am very passionate about. This is something which is a retinopathy of premature. You would have all heard about babies when they are born blind, but actually there is no born blind. Environment, causes this problem, and we see that in India we have roughly 270 lakh babies are born every year. About 40 lakh babies are born every year. And these premature babies, they have two problems. One is they have a large heart muscle and the other is the eye. So these two things have to be handled very carefully. Out of which the eye is something which gives you only 6 weeks of time. Within which if you don't detect the problem, it gets blind. So that is why we see that there is a need for detecting the problem in real time, I would say. That is, as soon as the baby is born, within the next 3 days or 5 days, before the born, the baby, you need to go and see how to do it. So we try to apply this. So the mismatch here is we have 40 lakh babies and we have 200 sort of ophthalmology, say. So this was we have to so just 200 of them. So you see roughly 20,000 for every 20,000 there is one specialist. So this is something which is not possible to do. It's just technology. So you say let us see how to apply technology for this. And first thing is okay, you cannot do this to all the ICUs, SNICUs which have been created throughout the country. So, see, obviously, people are B2B and their utilization is, of course, maximum in there.
So, what is needed now in the image? We have a simple device which could image the baby's eye, and this information is sent to the doctor through radio. And then the doctor can look at it and say, whether the baby has now if there is a decide how to reach out to them with the treat. So the first phase is to detect the problem. So for that, we came up with a device because there was no having such a device. So, one company is very huge and grown up to be almost it is not anything. So that's why we device which will cost what they have. And so grounds up, this whole device was built and it was made so such a way that it can be easily ported so that they would image and they make this file and fix in place if it is wrong and then another scheme like and then maybe and it's high speed imaging. And this information would be sent to the doctor. Even doing this, you see, it's a lot of because there are so many. Just these 200 people cannot read all the images. And that is very complex. Yeah. Some sort of AI. And this has to be accepted first of all, because this is a new package, and if it has to be accepted, you need to have with communication, real communication, and that being narrow and maybe in the regulatory. So that we have come to very restricted concept. And we also got a series done in Australia because something which many people so we have CPC also found it. And then this is how we know the system works. So we have technicians which train to go to the hospital wherever they and first 3 days they do that. So we attach to the system, we get it is applied to the service. So when the baby is born in one of the days, immediately and we go there and then we prove the baby will like of course these are very admission, they go and certification. And then it's to reach out, okay, and they the first level triaging. So in the loss problem about so image processing, we are going to figure out the cases where there is a problem, and only those which are having problem will be sent to the doctor. Okay, this is pediatric problem. And then on their mobile phone, they can actually get this images and they are able to see. We also have to look like report what stage the problem is. If the problem, and also what stage the problem is. The moment they report what stage the problem, how to do which will actually be the they have to come based on then they have to come to the next checkup because this is only when it is unpaid even they will need laser treatment. And if it is in the early stages, then they have to follow it up. Okay, so maybe after you come back and see if this is so all that will be go through it all really, and based on that, the doctor will get a schedule. So that district do this thing. So this entire thing, is geotag mother and ASHA worker also geotag so that we know that
the baby is rapid growth and we also have a person to use the local police station to help them out to bring them to the so that is a part of the service. So there is a lot of work that is done. Today we say that see in India roughly 2 lakh babies were so you allow me to be making like today in the state of Karnataka and Kerala, not a single baby getting live because of the system. This is what I would say a mismatch how we try to manage. So, there are more than 20,000 sort of ICUs or NICUs which this could be part of the hospital where births happen. And then there are 200 pediatric ophthalmologists. We try to make this pediatric ophthalmologist also to do the laser treatment so that you know they can develop treatment. But then to screen, we could also use the ophthalmologists. Basically, 20,000 ophthalmologists, they don't all be trained for grade. Because it's not like once, you have to at least, right, you have to be trained. And the babies which have gone through which had problem of ROP, and they have gone through treatment, they need to be followed up 6 months. So they several that's why we have the capacity so we can retina specialists, 2,000 retina specialists, and with that, you are increasing capacity, and with this capacity, we see how, we can apply that level. So this is what, then after we put this is going to be the screening part. So then there's a treatment. And treatment is a very tricky thing here. One is, today, the doctors, of the pediatric ophthalmologists are trained to use interact ophthalmoscope and but then, we try to shift this paradigm to an optometrician who can actually do the screening. So that is what we think and then this is all and this is how the treatment is done. Yes. So it's like carpet bombing, okay? So there is more than 2,000 scars. It takes for the well-trained doctor that is at least it will take 2 to 3 hours to do this thing. So we said, okay, this is something which we need to see, improve that. And you see today, we talk about accuracy and all that. Of course, that's really accurate. But the mechanism what is there, these babies they also have ulcers and so they do it. So we cannot take it home. So when the patient is imagine how much of effort goes into this. So what we say the other part is also documentation. This is I'm taking the specific example, but this is applicable across all. They have templates and then they start marking all these things. So the person who has actually seen would write okay another data and a lot of others. So that's why we say we try to bring in a sort of simulation where these things can be done with the help of so very simple simulation all these are from the building industry. We just took this 20 and then we have a check which is around 500 rupees. So you can put your mobile into it. And then you have a very quick on that, you can And the special type of idea, it's an idea. This kind. So this is the baby I is talking about that is intentionally we have content to show that it is the economic and it is just put that into the reality check. We sync the operation with the mobile. So these are the thoughts. One is sync. So this is another maybe so this is only for training purpose. So that we have more people to do this event. So it's actually like a indirect option was what we talked about using and with the 20 data. Okay. So now we coordinate and also we go to see how the state we are the AI program and that we are positioned to see the is equally enough. So and they will be taken to the reality. Okay. So that you see the focusing and there's also a speculum which is used and they what they apply on the iPhone should also be given to stabilize the iPhone they use that more pressure. And also very so this is how we can use AI to the training and this also does very and what we see is the advantage is when you're doing it manually, there are chances that they get in a move inside or whatever like and the list can be hit in the there are some regions where you're not supposed to hit the laser. So in that case, we have the opportunity to have those places and the program can take. So some people are always going to you're going to block those regions, you will block those lasers. So that maybe we can add. So there's a whole lot of things what is done with this. So you see that we are not only in a position to use AI, ML, and IoT to solve some problem, but at the same time we are doing a lot of savings, roughly saving a year. And saving lots of productivity over the so it's very exciting. So so the future of healthcare is implemented and implemented in care is what is and instead of patient go to hospital to the patient and you want to see home doing the great and healthcare more just one time it's a continuum throughout the life of the thing yeah. So there is a continuing check out to be done and electronic personal health record something to be and the big problem we are also seeing is the money that only okay. So we are now focusing a lot on that, but there is we have to we can actually design so for an autonomous system, I would say that this is one area where and autonomous healthcare system we also develop a system which person just go sit in the topic identify the eye, everything we do and it only not and that is very most of that. So that is the important thing because these are healthcare resources are given. So we need to use them and for which
best case use AI ML to sort of facilitate this or to do the information bias not to be and then through innovation, sustainability is something which needs to be. Like, we cannot spend a lot of money on such program. Maybe what I can what we see here. We can just use we put that together and try to make. So we look at it Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Rajeshwari ma'am to felicitate the guest? We will break for tea for 10 minutes and then assemble back. 12 o'clock will be assembling back here. business sense, we have a short video of him.
With that, he started business. Master Srinivasan is a seasoned leader known for fostering innovation, product development, and engineering excellence. He has helped different roles in renowned organizations such as Philips Innovation Campus, US, and PA, where he has contributed significantly to research and development initiatives. Arthur's proficiency extends beyond leadership. He is also an accredited coach and startup mentor, guiding aspiring entrepreneurs and emerging businesses. His training expertise encompasses a wide range of domains, including business strategy, technology strategy, product engineering, systems thinking, innovation, organizational culture building, and human management, with applications across various sectors including healthcare, telecom, IT services, industrial, FMCG, finance, and IT products. Educationally, he holds an MBA degree in Production Management and Medtech. Deputy ENC from MIT Environment. Let's put hands together to welcome Mr. Master and Srinivasan.
We are now request President sir to please come to the desk. I request the President sir to welcome him.
Good afternoon. Thank you. So first of all, a deep gratitude to the Institute for hosting this. This is exam season, right? So I recognize how challenging this can be. All the students are not getting an exam. It's the beginning of the year. So please, Mr. Candidate, thanks to CSI, Pradeep reached out to me and said, you like to participate. It's always a pleasure. Great that I can speak today at this event. In such an event, one always feels different. I think I'm the only non-doctorate here, right? Many are there. Most of the cases, I enter a room like this, you're almost uneducated. So I would be. Again, we see how this goes. And all of the earlier speakers is itself going to be a challenge. Right? Those people are amazing speakers, amazing achievers. I work with Dr. Shah but I'll take about 20-25 minutes. I heard a bell ringing now and then. How long? I was stop off. Okay. Right. So ignore the okay, I actually want to brag about the next 20 minutes. I want to speak about myself, but the organizers just cut me short and said, Master, this will be one. So thank you for that. What was I trying to break it up into 2 or 3 sections, and hopefully I'm going to take what's going to happen over the next 5 years, 7 years, in this kind of time frame. We are not going to talk about what has already happened. Right? That's already out there in the news. You know what that kind of stuff is. Okay. What do you think happened on this day? The first lockdown. Yeah. And it was a day life change for us. Right? For all of us, in some way, it was a negative thing. All of us were impacted one way or the other. But it was a game changer for the world. Right? Now imagine if the virus had hit us in 1992. Most of you were not born, I know. But imagine if the virus had hit us in 1990. We would have become cavemen, cavewomen. We would have gone back to the Stone Ages. Why? Because before 1995, 96, actually before 1998, we didn't have internet. We didn't have mobile phones, we didn't have laptops, we didn't hardly a computer. If the virus had hit us in 1990, when no connectivity, we didn't have telephones, by the way. It was a 5-year, 7-year waiting period to buy a landline. Life would have been completely different. Many of us would have struggled far more, and we would not be where we are today. And in some sense, the internet worldwide took us to where we are and kind of helped us tide over this crisis. So, what does this mean? In the past, and I'm talking pre-2000, in the past, a great business idea meant you take anything manual. So, those of us who are used to washing our own clothes, we know what this means. You take anything manual, you add a little bit of electricity to it, and you got a fantastic business idea. People purchase your products and services. That worked for a long time. Then somebody suddenly said, okay, this is not enough. We're doing something exciting with this. So they took the stuff that was electrical and then they added some smartness to it. And they just put an IC, microcontroller, something like this, and they just put some smartness into the product and they said, hey, you know what, we've got a fantastic business idea, why don't we buy this product? I have no clue, absolutely no clue, what to do with a washing machine in the remote control. But it is out there. I still have to go and load the machine. I have to put in the soap. I have to switch it on. But then I can go outside. It's crazy. But this okay. In the past, to be frank, in the past, I mean, you would not have a smart TV, right? And the remote control was the youngest person in the room. You tell that guy, go and change the channel. Like they would go and change the channel. Okay, he was the youngest person in the room. Okay. But this was, so smartness helped us quite a bit. When we have anything electrical, add a little bit of smartness to it, and then put a business idea around that. Going forward, it's already bigger, but going forward, you can get this smart. Add AI to it and get a business idea. The difference between anything smart and it's like my washing machine. So, what's the difference between being smart and having intelligence? Yeah, go ahead.
Smartness is knowing something, but intelligence is how to apply it.
How to apply it? Okay, smartness is knowing something. Anybody else? Smart versus intelligence.
Smartness is doing something very quickly.
Efficiency. So smartness is, you pick up the phone and or you go online onto your bank website, for example, and you get some 5 or 6 choices. You want to open a bank account, you want to check book, you want to know your balance. These are the 5 or 6 choices that you have, and that's it. You cannot ask it anything else. If you say, I want to know which is the best restaurant in Bangalore on ICICI Bank website, you get a very interesting answer, right? What is the answer? Buy my credit card. But so smartness is rules-based. It's a bunch of rules. If those rules are followed, you get a smart device. It just knows for all the engineers in this. How many of you are engineers? Oh man. So all the engineers here. Smartness is if-else logic. Very simple. AI is different. Now, if you had an ICICI Bank website with an AI chatbot, and you said, hey, what's the smartest, what's the best restaurant here? This AI chatbot would come back and say, hey, what kind of food would you like to buy? Would you like to eat? Now, the same thing you go on Google. And you say, what's the best restaurant here? Google will respond to you and say, look, you already have cholesterol, eat and go. This is intelligence. Smartness is rules-based, if-else logic. AI is giving all that, becoming more and more intuitive. That's the future for us. And virtually every product is going to have intelligence built on it. All right. Except this product. unique. The way it describes life, right? It describes a lot about life. The S-curve can be used to do that. The way your height, for example, grows, right? So as a baby, you grow very slowly. As a teenager, suddenly you go up, and then you plateau out when you reach your height. It was for many your IQ, right? It plateaued out a few decades ago. It grew and rapidly it grows and then it kind of plateaus out. Anything natural, it's a body weight. For some reason, body weight grows. It doesn't plateau. So, but it's supposed to plateau. This is the S-curve. We have crossed many S-curves. We had the first agricultural revolution was an S-curve. The industrial revolution was an S-curve. The internet revolution was an S-curve. The PC revolution was an S-curve. The cameras were an S-curve. Everything was an S-curve. Today we are in the world of AI. And AI is where the new S-curve is starting. And on that journey, we are somewhere down here. We have not yet picked up this S-curve, right? We have not yet started to climb the S-curve. I'll tell you why. If you ask so the S-curve, the climb part of the S-curve is supposed to be exponential. Gradient renaissance. What do you mean by exponential? Tell me something technical. What is the meaning of the word exponential? So the advantage is that we tell any formula we will believe. Yeah.
Exploring.
Right. What deep breath? What is it?
Exploring.
Exploring.
Sir, then these improves in rapid form, like we apply power. That is two times.
So how many times can I afford a piece of paper?
Sir, it depends on the size.
The paper is this big, the size of this room.
Sir, it depends on the size.
7 is it 17? 8? Size of this canvas. 8 times? Why does this when you using 18 breaks in 9 or something? Size of the canvas, guys, I mean, it's a huge piece of paper.
Sir, thickness doubles, sir, thickness doubles.
What is it?
The thickness.
Thickness. Why is it doubling? Because every time you fold it, this thing becomes double. So an experiment was done at the university like this. They took a 3 kilometer long toilet paper, very thin, 3 kilometer long, and they folded it. They were able to do the first 7 or 8 manually. 9 and 10, they had an army of people fold the paper. 11 and 12 and 13, they had to use a bulldozer. How would that be? This is the power of it. I'll give you another example of not exponential but doubling. Exponential is more than doubling. So if I took one step, assuming I'm able to take a step of 1 meter long, and I did 30 such steps, how much distance would I have covered? 30 meters, thank you. Right, 1 meter, 30. Now imagine I do this, right? First step is 1 meter, second step is 2 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. In 30 steps, how much distance would you have covered?
1 million meters.
How many meters?
1 to 5 million meters, sir.
5 million meters.
Something like this.
You get random number generated. I love the confidence in which you are doing it. There's a confidence in you.
About 27 is about 500,000, sir. So, from
You actually are using a possibility, right? So, you go to the moon at 1/3 of the way back.
sir,
With 30 steps, each step double, you will go to the moon and come back 1/3. With 38 steps, you will cross the sun. And how many million kilometers? Some number system. 87 million kilometers. In 38 steps, you cross this. This is the power of this one. I'm telling you, because if you look at this, and you tell me that you've just begun the journey, it's going to be exciting. The next few years are going to be so exciting. Sorry, guys. Look at this. In the next 50 years, that's your career span. Most of you in the room, that's your career span. In the next 50 years, we'll see more change than in the last 400 years. By the year 2100, the previous century, we would have made the equivalent of 20,000 years of human progress. Most of the youngsters here, you will live beyond 120. Get ready. Already these guys are really not as retired. You get that planning on. People on the front row, they're like, what is this? The doctor sitting in the room will not allow you to die. Why have people technology will put us so much more? Cancer solved, diabetes solved, stuff like this. Unless you go and decide to stand in front of a fast moving community. Stop that drink. So, this is the way you will see this kind of change. Now, why is this going to happen? Oh, this, I don't know what is the technology is called. It's the same thing. So, the way we do that existing technology, this is existing technology. It's learning. Technology is learning from itself. Technology learns from itself. And therefore, it improves and therefore, it starts to be different. Are you seeing evidence of this? Is it happening today? So, is technology building itself? Yes. Yes. Example. Gemini. What is this? The problem is, what it takes for you folks to learn in 4 years or 4 years, 5 years, whatever it is. It takes about half an hour. It is a speed at which it is learning. It's the speed at which it is learning. Technology is learning from itself and moving so rapidly forward. And that will continue to evolve. When I say continue to evolve, is what I'm saying, right? So earlier in the past, it was rules-based AI, like what I say, website, camera, then it became context-based AI. Siri, answers to most questions. It cannot answer everything in the world. If you try to ask it, what is the latest diabetes treatment, it does not know how it's going. Siri, I don't know, researching. Then we go on from what's called artificial nano-intelligence, AI. Artificial nano-intelligence is AI used for a very specific purpose. Autonomous vehicles use AI for a very specific purpose. IBM Watson had that was used for oncology, very specific purpose. IBM Watson has a different engine that's used for cleaning cases, very specific purpose. So artificial nano-intelligence is already happening in beginning. Not that, but today, for reasoning AI, it's able to answer you almost as a human being. Anybody here have heard of unit test? Yes.
Test on machine if that will complete or not. So can they calculate everything or not?
Can they calculate everything? No, that's not the right definition. Anybody else? Unit test. You're almost at 90%. The unit test goes there because by your mathematician called Turing. He said, there will come a day when you ask a question to a computer and you don't know whether the computer or the human being is answering. Then you cross the Turing. If you use ChatGPT, if you use Gemini, you that's only going to get better. Then we got artificial intelligence. Let it happen by 2030, another 10 years. AGI is the equivalent of all of us, right? What is this?
Water bottle.
So this is AGI. Because it doesn't, it just gets treated on everything possible and complicated. There's half a screen left. So the bottom of the screen is super intelligent AI. When AI becomes smarter than human being. How is smarter, more intelligent? Next, self-aware AI. Transcendent AI. Self-aware AI is, why am I here? Frown smile. No, say, what can I go for the first? Then you go down to become transcendent AI. It knows what going to grow beyond. Then it becomes cosmic AI. You can now use at that stage when it becomes cosmic AI, you can send a spaceship into space. It will take civilization. Last but not least, godlike AI. We are just starting level 4. There's another 6 levels after that. But imagine the kind of progress that we're talking about as artists. So how do we get to know all of this? This is a hype curve. And hype curve is there for various applications. This is a hype curve for digital health. And the hype curve speaks like the 3 ones. First, 3D bioprinting is going to become the big deal. So you can get 3D printing, hearts and so on. So what you have is a vast 3D printing shop. Throughout your liver, you want to get a liver. I'm not exaggerating, this is what happened in the and several Bangalore. In fact, 3D printing is bioprinting is going to be focal biomarkers. Biomarkers are integral for the engineers here. Basic diagnosis of patient quality of his performance. You can only do that as human beings, right? If a person has code, you see their product code. You see their cost. Make that out already. Imagine the machines able to do that. AI in drug design, examples of that. 3D printed drugs. Faster, better. AI in diagnostics. This is already spoke about this. How diagnostics system will work. When you talk about portable diagnostic devices, this means examples of this at home. It's going to become far better. Portable diagnostic devices. AI is supported, transported. Employee wellness programs. Right now you have companies that give the employees Fitbit or Apple Watch or something like this. And say, part of the that is why we have moved fans all of this is seriously, there is going to be a lot of work around this kind of thing. Cloud computing, of course, we know what that is. Because everybody will be cloud somewhere. Moving on. Okay, where in pharma, so there's a whole bunch of action happening in this area. It is in terms of the kind of money and resources companies are working on this clinical trial design for the for a specific population group and how that should be done. These are the ones that already exist. What kind then AI works on remember AI works on data. So when you start a clinical trial, all the data that gets gathered in the process is analyzed by AI. Are you really doing what is required? Right? So in the process of drug discovery, the process of treatment, you have to do the right thing, you have to do it right. You have to ask, you have to do the right thing, right? So if I have a problem, right, operate on my left, big problem. Right? So I have two problems, both legs big. Do the right thing. Do it right. If you don't operate on my right leg, operate properly. You can monitor these kinds of actions. Pharma is changing the world. Everything is going to operate. And today it is automated, but smartness based, not intelligence. Imagine there is a camera pointed at all the manufacturing lines, and the AI engine automatically decides which manufacturing line is not operating fully, which manufacturing line is not delivering the kind of quality we want. It will deliver that kind of intelligence back to us. You talk about pharma product management. This is from a business perspective. Where should I sell what drug? Where should I sell what drug? AI will help you in those kinds of things. Then there is pharma product development area. Drug discovery is an 8 to 10 year process. And AI is going to help you speed that up. Last but not least is drug discovery. Discovery medicine. How does that work, right? So, in physical development, it got FDA clearance. What for what? On the off. Those of us who are not doctors, they often drugs are drugs used for very bad diseases. And it's not, pharma companies don't want to spend money on diseases that affect a few lakh patients. It's just too much money. All the cost of the drug to have a fraction of the cost, very, very rapidly. Something that used to take 15 years to develop is now done in less than 2 years. A fraction of the cost. Because molecule discovery. All the good, all the possible organic molecules somehow by this ones, which are used for the right drug production. Another example is this one. Omniscient is another company that is doing this. It looks at CDSs, clinical decision. And doctors have started trusting the decisions made by these. Remember, as they keep getting new data, as they keep passing the information, their quality of decisions gets better and better. From start of phase 1, in 30 months they had a drug that was FDA. This is the power of that. It's going to get better. Number 2 is AI and CDSs. CDSs is the process-wise it looks very simple, right? So you get tons of data. All AI wants of data, so you get a lot of data. So, there's a lot of data that gets consumed by the AI. This is an artificial narrow intelligence engine. So, only for clinical decisions. Every image that gets generated gets consumed by this machine. Humans cannot do this. There's no way a human radiologist can consume the millions of images that an AI engine can. Then the AI engine becomes better and better. So this helps you build a clinical decision support system. It generates predictions. And those predictions today already exceed the accuracy that human radiologists have made. And then finally, the human is still in the doctor is still in the and the doctor will consider the recommendation of the it's a support system. Clinical decision support system. You will consider it, apply the experience of that and make a decision. This is what's happening with CDS. So already work happening in this area and it's going to increase the dynamic. You will reach a situation where you reach 98, 99%. Actually, it's very short. Just take the next 5 7 years. After that, so CPSS is a big area where you're going to see improvements because of AI. And for example, exasperation of asthma. When we hear asthma, and we know that the patient has asthma, we can hear the labor of the patient. It's good to say, hey, this can get worse, this can get better. You could have AI that's capable of saying that. Mayo Clinic uses it for lung cancer detection. Royal Hospital uses it to detect kidney damage. By the way, these are not kidney after it has been damaged. That kidney, I think going better than the doctor. That's not the issue. This is an onset potential case where kidney damage. Stanford University uses what? 16 years of all these are today trial phases. Papers have been published. And significant work is happening in refining the work. One of it is it will get mass market very soon. And all hospitals will start to adopt these kinds of AI algorithms. The last piece of my puzzle is AI in health technology. We talked about drug discovery, right science. Talk about AI in health technology. A bunch of things that are happening. Personalized meditation and mindfulness. You think this is a funny thing, right? How many of you have heard of Yogify? Yogify is what? What's the headline? Ask the second question. Start the sentence. Yogify is a yoga mat. Okay? It's a yoga mat. Yogify has got IoT sensors built into it. It's not a mobile app associated with it. If you are sitting there doing nothing, it will tell you that. Ask them if you're telling me to do yogas. Just so that you get out and wash your clothes. Get him wash his clothes. Yogify is now coach the yoga practitioner on appropriate yoga poses. It's an Indian. It's related to what it's what awards like a dozen. Those of you who have the ambition of getting there, go on. Every day, ask them whether or not to do yoga. Ask them. I have that problem here. For us, not from the activity plan. It never happened. What I'm doing is law. But personalized education is what I have with this. And your fitness coach. Mobile phone kind of thing. Nutritional guidance and meal planning. So I tried one of these things online, right? And it said, 2 weeks nutrition. That's all you deserve. So, yeah, this program is not. By the way, imagine this. I feel like we travel city to city. You're on the road 10 days a month. My health insurance must cost more than my wife. It's the homemaker. But we go on the child the same health insurance. Longer than you. This will not change the rules of the game. And create personal health insurance policy just for right? Things are going to come up. Already insurance companies are talking more into the mental health support. Yeah. So I imagine you call up a bank help desk. Ask them to see. Your money is going. Very simple that tomorrow doesn't start. Just all about free app. Right? Get the bed, you're asleep, standing up, you're asleep, class, you're asleep. can't see. It tells you whether you in the right direction, how often. There are sensors embedded in you know, you have chemical sensors monitoring your heartbeat, your appetite, all this kind of stuff is monitoring, and it will give you advice whether your sleep patterns are good, right? Before and behavior change. This is the role of the plan. It will tell you whether to have it bad, what you should do, what you should not do, stuff like that, right? So, again, the advantages, all these things, advantages is as if you have a personal medical professional, the doctor sitting by your side all the time. It's a huge advantage. I know guys are 120 years for most of the case. Some of you are already ambitious. I don't want to go for it. What's going to happen to help us get it? Genomics and personalized medicines, maybe, and everybody doesn't need the same way. Points like body weight, anything, the condition that you're struggling with, each person gets that own version of that. That's for the future. I'm going to give you a small video, tell you how to get ready for this future. What should you people do in the room that will help you get ready for this? So a few minutes, if you have
to start engaging more compelling, not just what is. And burns the self-belief to 5 to 7 years out from today. We never become technology to reach human insights, hidden wisdom. Technology represents the how of change, but humans represent the why. The future is about understanding business. Now, the opportunity is to be clear, where justify or just in case, not single improvements but complete transformation, computing virtual systems that meet human systems. Humanity is where true and lasting value is created. We continue to redefine things because of the experiences they provide. Because venture is forward and forward. The future doesn't just happen, the future gets habitable. The new way to work is to embrace technology, but not to become it. The future isn't technology, and the bigger future lies in transcending. Let's live and lead from here.
That kind of was a great summary of the session. I want to leave you with one thought, especially with the speakers so far that have come. You did not know whether they were engineers or doctors. And that is the future. You have to learn to be multidisciplinary. You cannot say, I know only my part of the world. That's all I do. Those days are gone. Doctor needs to understand technology. Technologist working in health space needs to understand. Thank you so much for being so patient.
Technology right. Two questions. One is out of syllabus. Which syllabus is? You have AI 6, 7, God like but one thing most of the audience going to know, you have AI, you have ChatGPT, you have Gemini, you have who to use for, which to use for. Other people don't know. Number 2 question, more important. The previous speaker was supposed to speak on disparities in healthcare. That you will know. India, that was GDP in healthcare. We are no one. These things are possibilities, still being separated. But how we could translate in reducing the healthcare of the poor, that is the volume of the DA.
Correct. Absolutely. Good question.
So, for asking also.
No, absolutely. What was syllabus I can say what are the responsibilities? So let's take the second question first, right? How do you think technology will handle the disparity? And it's true for India like countries. Developing nations, much of Africa is in this stage or worse than us. A large part of Asia is struggling with this. We think China is developed, but no, except the coastal region of China, 80% of the China is where Indian rural population is a struggle. The thing is this is the reality. Just like a mobile phone today you can buy for 3,000 rupees, AI will drop its prices to that level. You will be able to infuse AI into any product like that. Many of you already use a smartwatch. Exactly, right? Only smartwatch is available for 50,000 rupees as well. 50,000 rupees watch tomorrow will become 1,000 rupees. Notion of AI, integration of AI into products of AI, that will help us lead a better life. Right? So, monitoring, smartwatch becomes my GP. So, after maybe towards here. That's kind of, I already, but some of my neighbors have this smartwatch, right? So, they're saying, hey, but they constantly use the watch as the heart rate, now smartwatch, battery, sleep, quality of sleep. This is going to grow. I do use that as a filtering mechanism for you to recommend option. Which is good because it has the first impression we have the problem of how we close this gap in terms of availability versus demand. Now, you think we are in trouble? You go to the US, you want to go and meet a dentist. How long is it? 3 to 4 months, right? Just to be here, I can just walk across the road and a dentist and see me. Dentist is happy to meet. So the problems are different. It will become far better. For sure, it will become far better. We have to learn to adapt to this. That's really what yeah. So which is better? So he's talking about Gemini, Bard, etc. Right? Two things. These are trying to be AGI. AGI is good for a student project. I'm sure all of you have used it. Right? You will swear that I don't know what it is. Parts of the ChatGPT never seen it in videos. Right? We had a guy who wrote the project. So these kinds of things are very good for those requirements to be but artificial intelligence, that's where it is. Now there are companies that specialize in making AI software only for specific domains. There will be finance. There are now AI tools that monitor the stock market and predict which stock money on it. Intelligence is one professional and business to follow. The rest of it is still a hobby. It's competitive. Regulations will become strong. Their social activities become strong. So much of change. What is Gemini? So Gemini is like ChatGPT. Gemini is for Google. So different competitors. Yes, yes, ma'am. You have to show. By the way, they're looking very worried. They're not able to ring the bell. They don't know what to do. Yeah.
For the growth of AI. I want to raise a question on the vulnerability of AI because we are having a lot of Isaac nowadays, and everywhere going to PMO and there's a lot of criticality in the database of our patients. So, what is on that topic?
If you really answer to it, let me just make it more clear. AI today is like a fine you ask the 5-year-old child, all this full of chocolate, you completely innocent, it will say no. AI is a dust. That's why we say it hallucinates. It creates stuff. Especially when it creates stuff. And because it creates stuff from everywhere, it hallucinates. It just creates a random thing. That's why we have today. Tomorrow we will get to an AI. What is the problem with a teenager? The teenager can solve the world's good problem. I don't know who may be my parent, but I'll take care of it. Right? That's a teenager. It's not a mature dusty. It gets better. But hallucination is the problem. Second thing is, it is very biased. The third problem with AI, especially in AI, is the concept of explainability. You don't know why it is making the decision. You don't know why it is making the decision. That's a big problem. Explain it. With more and more things. So you've got enough issues. That's why you take a few more years. But it's not like another 50 years of it. 5, 7 years.
Because why I brought up this question is in 2017, there was a hack about 19, which is where I guess where they had about 2 million of this And 2022 we had an AIDS, about 30 to 40 million patients we have had. And even now, as they say, we have urinary health issues. Even there, funding has happened. Lots of patients are being, so I want to know how is it overcome these five.
We should organize a session on cyber crime.
Because there is
That's a problem. The real issue is this, right? There is an ethical hacker and an unethical hacker. Unfortunately, all the two guys are the unethical hackers. Right? All the smart people. That's what they're going to happen. It's going to work with blockchain, there is going to be a quantum computing related forms. But yes, there are always people say you cannot leave your door unlocked. With the thief inside. That's it, I that. All right, okay, folks. Thank you so much for
Thank you, sir. It was a wonderful session. We had insight of AI in such a simple language. May I now request Prakash sir to participate? Next, we have a session from Dr. Pradeep sir.
Good afternoon. So I'm sure I can't entertain you like Bhaskar. So Bhaskar actually hasn't changed since I was with my confidence. And he exactly the same how he has been. In fact, Sham is also from Philips, so he had all the links and came back to But anyway, my talk is going to be it's going to be a little bit, let's say, I think very happy to be able to participate of what I'm trying to do. Okay, so actually I am filling into one of the speakers who gave the guys an emergency. So I'm just going to take about 20 minutes start with it. I'm going to talk about one of the problems that we're solving. You know, one of the problems that in our company we are trying to solve, which is called as sleep apnea. It's also called as obstructive sleep apnea. So this is a condition where people have difficulty to breathe when they're sleeping. Right? Most of the doctors are coming from medical segment, typically go over there. Pretty much what happens is, so this is the tongue actually, and for a sleep apnea patient, the tongue actually falls back. So it obstructs the airway, and this is obstructs the airway, you're not able to breathe properly. Right? And why is it such a big challenge? It's such a big challenge because obviously all of us we are very active during the daytime, like when we come.
But it's actually the right time to sleep is when our body recuperates. And for the body to recuperate, you really need good amount of good quality sleep, which means you need to also breathe well so that all your systems will actually starts to repair itself and get prepared for next day. So if you don't sleep well, it has a lot of side effects and talk about it. Now this is the condition where it's not that life it's not if you have sleep apnea, it's not like you're going to die. But it's like a slow killer. Right? So if you don't detect it in advance, it actually creates a lot of problems. In fact, so much so, science we found that many of the ailments, like the failure, many of the organs failure is because of this particular condition. Right? Now, there are two conditions here. One is called hypopnea, which is totally about reduced intake of oxygen. Okay? And here, and we call it apnea when you have this problem when you don't breathe properly for 10 seconds. Right? So if you're not really sleeping, if you're not breathing properly for 10 seconds, that's a condition like, it's like a car which is not, the fuel is not going fully. It throttles, right? The body actually throttles. Now, when you reduce sleep apnea, there's something called as apnea index. Okay, so I won't get into the details of it, but fundamentally, if you have a severe OSC, that means you have those 30 seconds of 30 beats or in 1 hour. That means about 300 seconds in an hour, you are not breathing properly in the night. And if you say the moderate is about 15 to 30, minus 5 to 15, and anything below 5 is good. It's pretty normal. Now, there's also a condition called arousal. It happens when if you notice, if especially your partner that suddenly you get up like that in the middle of the night, it's because you're starting to breathe in, you're not getting enough oxygen. Arousals are very active. Sometimes you get heart failure during these conditions. Okay. Now, why am I talking about this particular problem? Is because there is a clinical way to handle it, and there is a way that we are trying to work. So the earliest we can talk about affordability, which is also a very important parameter for us. Also about bringing, communication of, in a nice way. Customer saying, there's no point in telling you you have a problem. But the case can be detected early. Right? And the third thing, of course, is to see whether you can recover a lot of mass. Because you don't have that many experts and you don't have that many hospitals, you're not everybody can go to the hospital. So can I do these early detection, early findings at home? So the only access on which the business model is built. Right? So while it's a technical problem, in the company we also have to consider the business side of it. How is it going to help? How is it going to be impactful? Right? Now, in India, actually, 70 million people have it. But most people think they don't have it because it's not like a life-threatening problem. Secondly, only about 2% of Indians actually discuss their sleep issues. In fact, it's only normally the partner will tell you you're not sleeping properly or you're snoring. By the way, snoring doesn't mean you are sleep apnea. If you're very tired, also you can get sleep. You can snore. Right? So snoring doesn't actually mean it's basically apnea. The other problem is that if you're obese, then it is very good that you will have this problem. You will have a lot of fatigue. You should make sure that you don't get into that side of obesity. And this is something I'm very on right now is the idea of environment is very small. It's actually very expensive. So our medical director, who are here, will definitely know this. And this is what happens. I was telling you what happened this time. And one is, of course, slowly you will start to lose your memory. Secondly, there is a loss. And low blood oxygen levels lead the strokes. And weight gain. So these are some of the big problems of this particular long, disease. I'm going to call it disease that is non-disease. Now, those are in the medical fraternity would know this very well. Is what is called polycystic hypertrophy. So when people have these issues, okay, they will ask you to do what is called as polycystic hypertrophy, which is basically that you go to a hospital, they make you sleep there for 2 days, and they actually capture all the data. ECG, heart, everything, most of these data they can take. For example, they take radio frequency movements, heart rate, breathing pattern, reduction, all of these. So we did talk about big data, right? So the earlier speaker spoke about a lot of data. Our concept is a little different from big data. It's quite intuitive to say that you have all of data means your ability to identify something is much better. We are a little bit to speak on that. Is that not necessarily that all data means you're going to get very accurate results. What really matters is you have the right data. So don't waste your time getting gathering a lot of data. Okay? That's a totally different philosophy to look at it. So we all from smart data to big data to smart data. Okay? So I'll tell you, so this is the method that they use to detect fluids. So they do a lot of these, they collect a lot of these data. There are something called sleep experts. The sleep experts actually go through this data and then they come back and say, yes, you are a sleeper who is there, or you have a height who is there, or you have a weight. So this is the way it's quite elaborate, it's pretty expensive. Now, this is our method. So I was trying to tell you that what I'm not saying this is going to kind of improve the clinic or the hospital or the but this method actually help us to kind of cover a whole lot of population. It's a mobile-based application. Okay, using a mobile phone. What we're trying to do here is we're actually going to collect results. Okay, this is take a mobile phone, keep it about a feet away from you. Obviously, we keep it about 1 feet away from you. And when something collect, we then actually do a lot of analytics on it. Okay. So right now you see some spectral waves, we use the magnitude, and then we're able to identify events. So this is V1, V2, V3 are actually events. These are something not really events. So we use very sophisticated signal processing techniques to identify breath to non-breath. Okay. And so since you know that which is the breath, which is the non-breath, there is a gap of more than 10 seconds, there is a problem. And if that continues in hour 50 times, then you can say that that's a sleep process. But I find it very trivial and very simple because it's not that easy to actually first of all capture that sound. Because the microphone on your mobile is not that sensitive. So you need to do a whole lot of frequency on the bed sound. We have to actually do mathematical operations on it. We need to a certain level on which you can actually then do some kind of an analysis. So there's a lot of pre-processing happening. And beyond that, that's a very interesting algorithm we built is that you protect this breadth of the 3 peaks and it's a discover. So the areas of the curves are kind of unique. And the 3 peaks are also unique. Right? So if you can get it, then you can actually do something called as a deep neural network. So we come back to AI. So you do the neural network, you can actually easily identify whether red sound is not a red sound. Think about the noise, filter out the noise and all this. Now why is it so interesting for anyone? If you go back, this is the classical method. Right? So you have to go there, stay there for 2 days, cost you anywhere between 30 to 40,000 and all of that. Versus this is something you can do at home. But we're not trying to tell you that this is something you should take up to the previous one. But this one will at least tell you that look, you have a big problem. Better go to hospital and check out. So our aim is to cover the rural population, which is so important and need for a country like ours. We are trying to cover more rural population versus keeping it very deep, right? Of course, we have realized that this method is as good as the previous method. Now, the challenge we are also finding is that our network is predicting something that sometimes the expert is not able to predict. Now, that is very dangerous. They what Bhaskar was trying to tell super AI or super intelligent or better than you, right? So we can address it, we are able to address it. Now, the challenge is you have your facing your expert and the computer is telling you, the machine is telling you, okay, now who's the expert? If there is a person who says he's expert, and the computer is also saying no, it's not right. There's some more to it than what you're saying. If you come to this point, it's a bit confident to be an expert without innovation. So we are at that point that somewhere machines are becoming more and more interesting. Now, how do we validate this whole method? Okay, we have to put it through a lot of data points. Okay, we have done it for about 10,000 patients. Now, if you take it to about 20,000 patients and you see that there's a consistency in the results, then you feel that, yeah, things are working. And in the end, actually, see, this is very human, not possible. Even if you are an expert, reading all the signals, you don't have that many people to keep looking at all this. You will get tired. But this is like straight from there's no intervention. Yeah. So basically, this is what I have to tell you that this is one of the problems that we are trying to track. And how we are using business university using AI to come up with there is a severe condition by or not. Right? So with that, I will leave you. This is what I'll pick up. Any questions you have, in order to anything. So the 3,000 patients are not from India. So this is a database that they use in the US. So this is patients from US. Of course, so getting this data in India is, there is something also called this data. This is like, we believe we sometimes that this pattern that you see actually is pretty much like a fingerprint. Though we say it looks like it's a little bit like a fingerprint, you can't, get this pattern very perfect. So you can actually use it also for security. We read some things of each one of the subject, but overall, analysis will say yes, but this is red zone. Coming back to the question, yes, we are looking for data from India, but we have to find that many sleep apnea patients. And sleep apnea patients, in fact, many of them come by chance, they come for some other problem. And then the doctor will start questioning them. And somewhere the doctor says, are you having to sleep? And then they realize that, oh, not a problem straight from the heart. There's another root cause of it is coming from somewhere else. This process is very aggressive. But we will definitely like to collaborate if anybody wants to give us this data. Yes. Yeah. And it's for us it's easy because now the challenge we other challenge we have found is they effects in Hawaii, right? So it's not going to have a model very close to you. This needs at least 3 hours of data. Continuous data is getting captured to the pushed onto the cloud. And analysis of that happens in the morning, and you get a report on your mobile. So the mobile app on which you can see how was your sleep pattern, how many hours you slept, where was the gaps. Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm a ENT surgeon. I see a lot of voice patients. Okay, so as I said, most of the time we serve in institutions by sleeping, asleep, and they take up a scar, there's a lot of noise that makes up. And immediately, husband of course, he will say, he will have a seriously participate in syndrome, where, Charles Dickens, there's a novel by Conclave, mostly used to sleep off because it's the OPs and all that. So that's how it started as far as people can see. So the thing is, I don't know how your thing works. Okay, so probably would be diagnosed or because the knowledge of the community will tell you about the various factors which are involved. It's various complications which can detect, environment and other things, saturation, saturation. How about this?
So, exactly. So, what here does more of detection? Pretty much. First level of detection. So, if you do this, it will on your mobile say something like you go and meet a doctor and give you some parameters and then go the parameter. I think you should talk to a sleep expert or go to a neurologist. So that is what it is. So it's not something like, of course, they have got FDA approval for it. So we it is certified as one of the medical grade solution. But your peers will use a lot more. I agree. My point is that if you are very narrowly looking at something, there is no need to look at all of it. I think you basically for a doctor, maybe use for even more analysis or research. But from a solution provider or providing solution, a particular solution to somebody, you don't have to put all this burden on the patient. Because it's sort of a self-diagnosis kind of thing. That the patient can see medical risk beyond, based on the findings of this particular. Correct. So if you look at all these clusters or variables, it falls in that space of basically well-being. But it also takes spectrum from well-being to all the way to we have seen this diagnosis. So it covers the whole. Thank you. Okay. So I won't take any more time. I think we're breaking for lunch. Thank you.
We will break for lunch now, 45 minutes, and come back again. 2:50, we will come back. Good afternoon, everyone. We will start with our next speaker, Mr. Vijay Paul. Here is a small AV about him.
Vijay K. Paul, a seasoned professional with over 4 decades of experience in strategic business management, product engineering, and life cycle management across IT, healthcare, and assistive technology. Notably, at Wipro Corporation, he played a crucial role in forming a joint venture with GE Healthcare and oversaw the ultrasound modality for real health tasks. As an independent consultant, Vijay focuses on strategy, operations excellence, and leadership development for software, information technology, medical device industry, and technology startups. He also serves as the founder and director of the not-for-profit Prakarka Saujanya Foundation, supporting healthcare SMEs and startups. Vijay's expertise extends to faculty roles at EMI Bangalore chapter and Indian Institutes of Technology DM Kanchipuram, alongside leadership positions in volunteering efforts at EMI Bangalore India chapter and Hindustan Aeronautics Two State Civic Communities and Cultural Association. Let's put our hands together to welcome Mr. Vijay Tripon.
And now it is Pradeep sir to welcome him.
Good morning. Good afternoon or good morning? Good afternoon. Yes. I have a very difficult task for this session. One is we are on 29th of February, so we are working 1 day extra in the year. Second is that we are having this session in the afternoon, which may not be generating so much of oxygen like what my previous speaker talked about it. It could be a little topic which needs a lot of thinking and futuristic, but probably it's important for us to understand what happens when something which you use in the medical profession or anything you use to help you diagnose or help in terms of in making some sense for your patients. Where does it come from? How does it come and what happens? So since morning I was looking at a lot of speakers. Everybody talks about AI, so I was kind of in a future shock. What's happening? Why? We know that a lot of things are happening in the world, but what I'm going to talk about is that all these things which are happening around us, AI, new technology, sensors, so many things are taking place. How do we bring them into a user's hand? Technologies, how do we, like the Dr. Ramdas kind of made my task a little simpler by asking the right question as to all these technologies, how do we really make them happen for the benefit of the patients or benefit of the profession? So, and also I'm going to talk about what is the challenge as India we have as Atmanirbhar, being dependent, being indigenous in terms of bringing some of those technologies and devices in the country. I'm going to talk about the lot of process part of it. How do you translate various things which happen from the innovation device, innovation technology identification, and how do you bring it in a reality, real life where it can be useful for any professional or for the benefit of any of the end user. Let me give you some statistics. I'm going to talk about the medical device industry, which means, you know what are medical devices? Anybody can, what do you think? MRI, CT, X-ray machine, ultrasounds, all your pathology machines, blood analyzers, they're all medical devices, right? worldwide, this device business is going to be growing almost $1 trillion in the next 4 years. And that's about 4% growth. In India, Indian medical device industry is going to grow almost to the level of double-digit billion dollars, about $15 billion. By about 25, 27, 28. Irony is that this $25 billion is going to be 70% imported. We are going to depend on other AI technologies in India. We know technology, AI is going to work, we have talent. But how do you make sure that an Indian technology, an Indian innovative technology, ideated technology, how does it compare to the Indian population? I think that's the problem I want to really put across to you. And at the same time, how do we make it affordable? Because we know in India we can make it affordable. Okay. Going and what is the challenge which you are facing as an environment, as business, as many other things. So I'm going to cover those things in my talk. So I'm going to talk about Atmanirbhar. I'm going to talk a global mindset in terms of medical devices, and we have done it in India. It's not that we are talking about first time in India, and I'm going to give you some examples. Okay, I'm going to talk from the experience of what I have actually involved in the product engineering life cycle, creating products in India, out of India, and within Bangalore, and some of them in Chennai. This was one of the baby portable ultrasound, which is somewhere around 2001, 2004, where the world was just thinking about this kind of devices, but this was the one which was engineered in India in those days. And we brought it out for the world. This is a Korean product which I worked in terms of taking it to US markets and America's market, which is US, Canada, and South America. This is a product which I am currently working with one of the companies in Chennai, which is a purely 100% Indian venture, including R&D. This is a smart cane product. I am also working in assistive technologies. This is a smart cane product, kind of ideated out of the IT Delhi, co-opted by the government of India, and then brought out of one of the manufacturers in India, a smart cane. And this has sold about 200,000 units all over the world. And at a price point, typical smart cane in the US is about $2,000 to $2,500. We are selling at almost $750 anywhere in the world. So that's the power India has, right? And that's what we really inculcate. We have a self-belief that we can do it. Similarly, this device is out of this is a standing engineer Arise, which is actually ideated out of IIT Madras, which is for the spinal injury patients and people who are paraplegic. So this is something which is also we kind of trying to bring into this Indian product only. And then of course this was a molecular diagnostics product which was in Hyderabad, which we kind of built up here. So I am going to share with you what are the things which happen when you try to bring something like this out of India. Okay, and that's the kind of thing which you're going to really think about. So first of all, you have to say, because ultimately let's also understand the context is that medical devices have to be legally used in the country. Every country has the rules, and medical device has to be legally approved. It has to be legal device which can be put onto the patient. Okay, and that's given. India also is a part of that. US, any other country, they have their own rules. So therefore, the proposition is that how can we create a legal product which can sell in the global from India? And therefore, what is a medical device? Any machines, operators, in vitro, including components, parts, accessories. So everything comes under medical device. It should be, it should affect the structure of the body. It should be used in terms of preventing diseases. The results also depend on the skill of the end user. Obviously, the doctors, robotics, it also depends on the skill of the end user. So, and I can have software part of it, or it could be software to be outside. So therefore, medical device is defined in terms of what is the intended use. what purpose this device is being designed. You may use AI, you may use robotics, you may use any technologies, but ultimately, are you clear what is the intended use of the product? Okay, can you give me an example of a very simple medical device which you use every day? Sorry? Stethoscope. Right, that is a medical device. But do you know, can you use unapproved stethoscopes in your practice? Not really, right? So therefore, even simple device like stethoscope, which could be a class 1 or earlier device, there has to solve a clinical problem, meet the clinical user requirements and perform as per the specification. So therefore, when you say I am for a properly rated medical device I am using for my profession, the device has to meet all those criteria. Plus, it has to be safe for the user, safe to the body, because ultimately we are dealing with the life. So therefore, safe will be used inside the outside of the body. It should not harm the patient or the operator. And this takes a risk-driven approach. That means, as a designer, as a person who is going to be using the technology, connecting the dots, I have to make sure that I know what are the risks which I am going to create because of this device for the user, for the doctor or for the patients. And that the risk management is part of the whole process of bringing out these devices into the world. And that's where innovators and entrepreneurs have to work. These are various types of devices there. And what we are talking about is from India, how do we go and jump the gun in terms of reaching out to various other countries? And all these countries have their own barriers. Just instead of 3 countries here, FDA is the powerful organization in the US. They approve a lot of devices. There is EU has their own district. Japan has their own FDA. So if you have to go abroad, go global, you have to cross these hurdles and barriers to make these devices work all over the world. And unfortunately or fortunately, Indian environment will recently we didn't know how do we handle the Indian entrepreneurs or Indian innovation as a being used those devices in India itself. India was a very happy country. Import the device, everything is approved. FDA approved device, fatapat use karo, no problem. CE mark device, please use. But when you go there and now build up a device in India and please tell me how to use it, nobody has the answer. 2 years back, the answers have started coming in. So we are on the right journey, but it may take a little more time to really understand how to really do it. So therefore, in a Medtech innovation world, your 4 factors, I think earlier speakers talked about it, availability, accessibility, affordability and acceptability are the key factors, and the quality in terms of experience of the clinical experience and the clinical outcomes. So the device has to generate the clinical outcomes in terms of the, let's say the if it's an ultrasound device which I have done, it has to have that resolution, all kinds of contrast, and it should be able to give the right kind of calculation, right? So that's the clinical outcome we need to really talk about. So what we do is basically to really bring out these devices, we talk about a product lifecycle management process. So what is the product lifecycle management process? Basically, there is a baby has to be defined. Baby has to grow. Baby has to get into the bird, and then he has to face the bird, and then of course grow in the bird. Exactly. That means in the ideation stage, what are the things that we need and what are our challenges in India in terms of if I have to ideate a product, there are a lot of products talked about in the morning. And Forest was one of them, I think, a very successful product. And so this kind of stages, if it is structured and taken through, probably we can have a very successful global product coming out of it. Can somebody just guess it? For bringing out a medical device from innovation or ideation to actually making it useful in the market, organization, any company. Any guess?
15-20 years.
Sorry?
15-20 years.
15-20 years, probably it used to be 3 to 5 years. Yes, you must be knowing that the drug discovery, how much time it takes for drug discovery to come out is anywhere from 7 to 10 years. Right. In fact, the forest I asked the doctor there, he has taken 3 years from ideation to bring the device to this particular level, which can be actually used on the patients in a right way. So the struggle is a typical device world over will take about 3 to 5 years. In GE lot of products will take 7 years. But typical device takes about 3 to 5 years of constant working with the discipline to bring out a product, medical usable product. The challenge is in India when we started our Bacha ultrasound, portable ultrasound, it took us 7 years, 5 to 7 years to really figure out that. And I'll talk about the challenges which we face. The same time, Korean started with the other product which are there. Koreans brought it out in 3 years. Right? So if you have to be competitive at global level, we need to really think through in terms of what we need to do in India to make it happen and how do we go through some of these cycles. So what are the things here? Innovation, evolution, evaluation phase, definition phase. This is would be research part of it. How do I apply AI for this particular problem? How do I apply, how I use this sensor for picking up these signals from the body? That's what the innovation and technical evaluation part of it comes. Once we have defined that, then we get into product definition. That means, what is my product specification which I am going to create to correlate with the intended use, or for what use I am going to put it up for. Once this is done, then design realization, which is more like a prototyping and clinical trials. The baby has to go outside the world and face the world and see that whether he is able to stand and he is going to meet the specifications. Once that is done, then you go through some kind of product realization, means that now you are confident that clinically my intended use is defined, my safety parameters are met, my product is safe to be put on the patients, and therefore now I can go through a pre-release sale kind of thing, pre-release to the market. So that's the stage, and in this, then we go through product growth cycle, and then end of the life of the product. So there is basically it's a complete life cycle from birth to the end of the product. Now, what are the challenges in this whole area? First of all, we have to understand that what kind of innovation we are doing. Okay, there are various types of innovation. There are various types. Say, when we talk about AI, probably we are talking about, so we can quadrant, 2 quadrants we can put when the domain knows what the problem is and then how the problem is defined. So AI is probably the area where we are trying to look at a lot of things in the sustaining innovation, that we are trying to bring in the technology into current products or into some of the future products. But when you look at breakthrough technologies are the products which are basically change the landscape of the way technology is applied to a particular solution. In G, we had a breakthrough technology when we kind of translated ourselves. We got to the digital world around 2000, 2001, where we had every product shifted to PC backend. Before that, all the interfaces used to be analog interfaces between the from the sensors, from the probe, right into the digital conversion of that Fourier transformation and imaging. But we brought in the digital interface into the system, and everything became digital after the probe has picked up the signals. And what happened that all our products in GE became digital backend products. And this is the first thing where every product in GE was covered by PC backend technology. And what happened is it actually disrupted the whole market there. And then we have so many other things which is basically we might have to scale the product, existing product going up. Now, many of the MNCs in India are actually working in the incremental innovation, that means existing product improving the feature functionality. A lot of startups are actually working with something which is unknown. That means the problem may not be known, but maybe solution is also not known, but I am trying to put it together. Like force technology will be one of the examples. That we are working on an unknown kind of problem. So therefore, when you are totally grasp bottoms up in terms of bringing out the technology, your things have to be done totally differently. But more important, when we talk about our Indian context is the differentiation between low cost, cheap, and value for money. Our biggest challenge is maybe as Indians and also the way outsiders are perceived. Normally, Indian products are seen as cheap in the outside world. I may be making a very broad statement, but definitely Indian products are many times seen okay. They are not as competitive or as in terms of performance, but there is a difference between low cost offering and value for money. So therefore, we need to see where we want to position ourselves. Do I make an MRI which is competitive with every all in the world, or like we took a strategy of bringing out a portable ultrasound which is value for money, right segment, don't compete and create a niche for yourself. So therefore, you have to think about some of those things. Then, how do you define the product? Once our innovation is done, product versus service mindset. Again, I talk about this. Are we working on the problem space or are we working on the solution space? Have we understood the problem properly? Have we realized what is the doctor's problem? Or have we realized what is the patient problem? Like, no, you talk about apnea kind of thing. So have you understood the problem? Other one is jugaad versus service, the structured approach to creating a product. Most of the time we think that I do a jugaad and I have created a product which can go global. I think that's a wrong way of thinking because jugaad would be a very short-term solution for this thing, but if you want to go long-term, you need to have a very long-term mindset in terms of creating those products. Then similarly, minimum viable product plan versus super product. As Indians, analysis paralysis, we always want to think everything should be the same product and start designing around that. Okay. A lot of other countries are very smart. They will come up with a what is my minimum value proposition which will give a value to the beneficiary, to the patient, and start from there. Prove myself, then go for a super product. Okay. And many times what happens is we get lost. Again, a different mindset. Analysis, we want to get lost into multiple things to be added in the same listing. We do not realize what is the value of those things which either the doctor is going to use or the patient is going to use. So these are things that clarity of intended users, regulatory requirements are very important, and safety requirements. The safety requirements has to be built into the design of the product. Then we get into clinical trials, and there are regulatory expectations on the clinical trials. For world over, whether it's a CE, European markets or US markets, even Japan, Korea, China markets, there is a very structured clinical process which is well defined, followed by the government, followed by the law. But our problem is we don't have a proper structured process. Anybody knows that how do I run a clinical trial in the for a particular device or what I am innovating. That's the unfortunate part of it, because if you look at the Indian market, if you take a clinical trial in the US for an ultrasound, in a day, in a month, probably they will do a clinical trial on about 5-7 patients. Where in India, we have clinics where if I have to do a TB probe clinical trial in a 3 hour sitting, I can get 30 patients lined up, and then I can generate the clinical data. So we have an opportunity to accelerate that process. But we don't know how this fits into the overall government legal framework. So that change has been happening. I think progressively awareness will get created, but that would be a big winner, because I have seen startups getting lost after working with some hospital, few months, good product, but after that they don't know where to go next stage. Where do we do really the proper clinical trial, which can help me in terms of signing up the final product release. And so that's what is the challenge. And then the next challenge is, if the product has been clinically trial validated, now we have to manufacture it. And that's where the biggest Mahabharata starts. Whether it's in the same company or whether we are outsourcing it, because ultimately we still have a long way to go in terms of looking at design for manufacturing approaches. R&D people think that my design is the best and I get the best design. But the best design in R&D may not be the manufacturable design. You have to bring on a lot of people. So that's why we talk about concurrent technology development, the concurrent product development, so that the people who are going to manufacture, they have to be collaborating in the whole design process. And this is also very intense in terms of documentation, putting a lot of things. There are a lot of equipment and manufacturing practices involved, testing is involved, testing and verification, risk mitigation is all part of it. And then, of course, this is a team game. There is the research and people who are designing it, they have to pass on to quality manufacturing sourcing, and that's why it's like giving a particular stroke in the penalty corner. So the ball will go only when all of them coordinate. Most of the time, our challenges in terms of time cycle is that there is a lack of coordination across many of these areas, which includes supplier risk. We have mixed supplier risk, and the people who don't understand what is a medical device, what it means. Those are the challenges here. Then, of course, in the growth, the other challenge is India is very good in terms of software and electronics. We can create good software products, good electronics, but our challenge is in terms of mechanical industrial design, form, fit, and finish. Indian products don't compete well in the world market in terms of the feel of the product. Or many times, if you compare two products side by side, you can see what are the differences in terms of the presentation, the look and feel, the shine, so many things. So therefore, India still has challenge in terms of how do we bring the supply chain aspects of it, industrial design aspects of it. A lot of work is happening in this area. And then, of course, serviceability. As a global supplier, how do I manage my customers all across the globe? Have you thought about it? And how do we really manage it? And then, of course, this leads to cost of poor quality. The product, if you just jump global and you not handle all your processes right, how to make it available in global, the cost of quality at a prevention level when it's within your premises, it could be one, but that can, at a market level, it can go to as high as 100 times. So ultimately, if you have to do right, why product cycle management and understanding these things for innovators and people to be aware of it, there is a time to market. I said the time is anyway 5 to 7 years. Can we compress the time to 2 to 3 years of Indian products? And it's a possible. You can do it. If we build up the proper infrastructure around there, how do we really make it better quality assurance? How do we make ourselves competitive in the world in terms of making it comparable products? And this is a program game and a team game. This is what I basically recommend for anybody who is doing NPD. So in G we used to call new product discipline. It's not a process. The new product bringing out is a discipline. You have to do the things in the right way, like step 1, step 2, step 3. So there is excellence required, there is a teamwork required, and the best has to be done. That only can create the world-class product. Any questions? Any suggestions? And one thing which I want to share with my boss who told me that an ideal product is where if you can have a Japanese product engineering approach. Because they are very meticulous, detailed in terms of how do you manage the process. We should have a precision engineering of Switzerland process. We should have a lot of manufacturability and strong productionization as Germans. Probably we should have a good Indian software thinking involved in that, and probably service orientation of Koreans. So in India, can we bring it up all together? I think if we can bring it all together, we have winners coming from all the things. We have all the dots available, but we need to connect them in the right way. So thank you very much. Any questions?
Any questions?
It is scary, every day exciting.
Very easy, sir.
Yeah?
Very easy.
Yes, it looks easy. So, but there is much more behind this, yeah. Because, yes, sir. Somebody has a question, yeah.
Thank you, sir. It was a wonderful session.
Someone can pass the mic.
Yeah, hello. It was a very nice and talk. So thank you so much.
like when you're designing a new product and like your main objective in India would be to reduce cost, volume, value for money. So when you pitch this idea, like this is what I'm thinking of to someone who's into like going to design the product, how do you break it to them that this is how much I want the cost to come down? And is that very difficult for the product designer? And what, like basically the hurdles that a product designer might face in those scenarios?
Yeah. I think you have to look at it in 2 3 areas. One is your innovation in the correct scope of whatever is happening? Like, no, if you want to have ultrasound, you want to add AI above that, and you want to bring it on. That would be one area of innovation. But if it is a totally unique area of innovation where you're kind of trying to use a new sensor which is going to change the game. Right? One of the things which are thinking in one of the other companies that now we got a bar and there's a dam and so many things. So can we bring in such a heating and cooling system which is viable, which can just be wrapped around the baby? We don't have to actually take the baby into a kind of a bar or a tapa. Right? So it depends on what you are talking about. And one thing is assured that Indian innovation, if it done it the right way, and we can cross those hurdles, we are always at a lower cost of development than anybody else. We have seen research, satellite going, we have seen the various things that are happening. So we have a capability and propensity to keep it low cost. That's in our blood, in our DNA. So we can exploit that. But the issue is that we should know that what is the current, sometimes the Indian cost of the any diagnostic or the service may not be the right benchmark. You need to do a bit of survey in terms of what is the cost of the other places, because some of the mature markets will have a much better cost data. In India, the diversity is within government hospital itself, philanthropic, sometimes zero cost, corporate hospital is a very different range of data, so sometimes it's confusing. But best is benchmark with the other global markets. Then look at where your cost of solution will be and what is going to save for the country or the world. Yeah, there's one more question.
Yeah. So first of all, I would like to say it was a really informative session. Second, my question was for a product which is related to medical and technical both. What are the regulations we have to follow as far as Indian laws are concerned? Like we have to fulfill some of the regulations regarding technical or a mix of technical and technical.
No, see, when you talk about the product and the legal aspects of it, basically it boils down into what is the intended use. Okay, is it going to inside the body, is it going to outside the body, and there are different layers in that. I don't want to bring up some of those things, but it depends on the intended use, where does it classify, and based on that the regulation comes into picture. Okay.
So is it really tough to get fulfill all those regulations in India?
Without that you don't get the solution. Right? It's like getting a license plate on the car. Your car has to meet the requirements of the regulatory body, right? Vehicle law, right? Same way. But now India is maturing. At least the initiatives have started. There is a way. Earlier there was no regulation for medical devices. Then we got now with the drugs as part of the drug process. Now we are actually medical devices being coming out. The law is coming in another 1 year. Whereas medical devices will be separate vertical in terms of how to handle the whole process and how to get the license. So it's maturing today. That direction is coming. Yes,
sir. All this manufacturing good things, everything we get in India. What we have to get here is good politician brings who brings about all this into correct setting or marketing.
Correct. So that's why I'm saying the prototype and demo is not the product. I want to make that differentiation here for all of you. The product has to be thought at a very vaster level if you want to be successful. Okay. Otherwise, a lot of startups keep doing demo. उसके बाद कुछ होता नहीं, right? I think we have to start thinking from the top-down approach, and then we know what are the risks and what are the things. Quality, service, everything is included in the if you follow the right steps, and it will automatically take care of those risks automatically. Yeah. Thank you. Any more questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. May now request Dr. Prabhakaran sir to felicitate our guest. Next we have a speaker, Dr. Mahesh Jayachandra. Dr. Rajendra Puri sir, who is a co-founder and CEO, RTW Healthcare Solutions. We have a short area about him.
Rajendra Kurani, co-founder and CEO of RTW Healthcare Solutions. He brings over 24 years of extensive experience in healthcare IT, encompassing software development, project management, and global leadership roles. With a background at industry giants like GE, Cerner, and Philips, he has led initiatives worldwide, specializing in digital health solutions and business development. Educational background includes an MS in medical software and a B in biomedical engineering. Throughout my career, he spearheaded the development of smart solutions leveraging the Internet of Medical Things, particularly focusing on remote ICU and telemedicine applications. Notably, he served as a senior R&D manager at Philips, managing global teams, and as a knowledge architect, product manager at Cerner Healthcare Solutions, overseeing EMR and radiology product development. With expertise in agile transformation, multimodality medical imaging, interoperability, and AI-based healthcare product development. He has contributed to the rollout of the National Digital Health Blueprint and published numerous papers in esteemed journals. As an entrepreneur and startup executive, he has built organizations from the ground up and provided consultancy for healthcare companies worldwide. Let's put our hands together to welcome Mr. Rajendra Kurani.
May I now request Dr. Raghav sir please to welcome him.
Thanks for the introduction. So, just to give an extended introduction of myself. So, I've been working in the Medtech industry in the last 25 years. I worked in GE, I worked in Philips, I worked in Cerner. So, yeah, we have Dr. Pradeep today, sir. Being now last 8 years, I'm running my company, R2 Medtech. This is a Medtech product and service company, and I co-founded. I'm running as a CEO. And so we have a Medtech product running in the area of critical care and telemedicine, tele and image processing areas. And then I work with many medical device companies, specifically the integration, IoT, AI, and all sort of things. And I have we have experience of actually developing solutions from scratch, from concept to. Okay, so that's it. So I just wanted to make it very simple. So morning, a lot of discussion happened on the AI, and Vivek sir actually talked about the product. So there are little overlap between what you are trying to see. But I work because I work with a lot of students. So in fact, I work very closely with Medical MIT. So I'm one of the mentors for their incubation center. So I wanted to see how I can probably picture a context of
do I talk about academic research and then industrial, and then how do we really bring the things together? And is there any opportunity to work together? That is the reason, like, I just kind of consolidated my presentation around that. Make it very simple, basics, nothing great. So academia, right, it is highly a discovery focused, intellectual focused kind of research that you do. I assume like we have our technology students and also medical students and faculty here. I'm a biomedical engineer, so I can match both the areas. And in contrast, in industry, so we actually work on understanding and solving a problem, the real-time problem. So which is definitely important for us. And in academic, we focus on hypothesis, researching, publishing paper, patents. A lot of the focus is on that area actually. And but we focus as an industry, we focus on new products, technology, to create new innovations. So how do we really connect? So through my session here, so I just want to bring in certain aspects and how do we really bring the solutions together, right? And I mainly focusing on the Medtech. Okay? So medical technology products. So you see a lot of these products, right? Like CT vision, CR, MRI vision, so ventilators, charting. The reason I actually put on because I worked in almost all the context of all of these visions. So I was the guy who actually wrote a reconstruction algorithm for CT vision. So and then MRI, I was a part of the Parkinson's imaging reconstruction team, and this is our product, the charting solution. So I work very closely with Massimo and ventilator. And most of these products or solutions comes with some fundamental basic mathematical concepts, right? For example, CT reconstruction is basically based on the Fourier transformation. MRI is completely go with the basic magnetic signals. And then we have a lot of these sensors in the ventilators and then the technology. So I wanted to see there are the fundamental basic mathematics algorithms or principles are implemented in each of these machines. And that is making these machines big and sellable. So it all starts from academic, right? A lot of these US universities like Stanford or Harvard, they would have created some of these basic implementations on any of these things and created this product. So why can't we do it here as well? So that is my question. So in that context, I wanted to touch this slide is definitely overlaps with the slide on innovation to market. Okay, we will talk about the idea in identifying the market opportunities. So when I talk about it, I always talk about what is the market opportunity for the idea. So we don't want to create idea just for sake of doing an idea and then create a new product and throw it. No. The idea is the first concept and then concept, innovate, and select a unique technical commercial concept. So you may have a lot of ideas in your classes or rooms. So definitely you need to evaluate and identify, prioritize and see what are the top 5, 10 ideas that will actually have a market potential. Then do a feasibility study of it, whether it's a technical feasibility study or a clinical feasibility study, and then create a pre-production or a minimal viable product. So we always go about we have an idea, we create a prototype, and then go for a minimal viable product and see so what is the kind of the minimum requirement that we need to cover as a product and go to the initial validation and see whether our customers will accept that. There is no point in actually creating a lot of these things, big products when we go and spend a lot of money and time, and then at the end of the day, clients say that okay, it is not going to be useful. So it has to be completely agile. It has to be an adaptive and progressive. So that is what we do it, and then launch a product. So there are various ways to launch a product. So these are the fundamental, probably the steps that we actually follow from ideation to the product. And again, I think this is a repeat process, prototype development, proof of concept demo, customer buy-in and customer empathy actually. So when I say customer empathy, as a probably an entrepreneur, as a product development lead, I would actually work with client early in the stages of doing initial implementation. I don't want to go to I create a product and then go to a customer. That is not the case here. So I would actually work with the customer, my potential customer, early enough so that I understand their challenges, problems, I solve the problems and go to with the product to them. So that that is very, very important. So in fact, as a critical care, a technology developer, I would sit in ICUs, I would sit in OT, understand their challenges, build that, and we have done it. So for example, we have built that charting solution, and then we have done initial implementation in an OT in Meghalaya. There is a hospital called Eagles. There are like 3 months of kind of the experimentation we have done. So one of our team members was there in the OT for 3 months, understanding, working with the doctors, and fixing the initial requirements. And now it is very sustainable, and we got an order for another 90 OTs after that. So which is very important. Why supply product innovation does not reach the market? Okay, so it's very important. Trying to fix non-existing problems. We feel that okay, we have a great idea, we have we have a ego for our ideas actually. So we think our whatever idea I have is great and somebody will buy it. No, it is not like that. So we are trying, sometimes we are trying to fix non-existing problems. Failure to understand consumer needs or wants. So it's very important, right? There is a product marketing or a product management team in any organization who will actually work with these end clients to understand what they need and come back to and educate the engineering team or a technology team, and then we build the product around it. And then prolonged research and development, delaying market entry. Then we take our own time, actually, it's a couple of years to build something which is not acceptable at this particular time. You have to be very agile, and there is probably a time limit for everything. So, and then inability to innovate new products, solve holistic problems. So we take some part of the problem and try to solve it. It's not going to be. You need to understand the holistic problem and solve incorrect pricing. So these are the few pointers that I wanted to bring in here. And then there are a few examples I start giving. Okay? So anyway, this is just one example that we try to do. Like new apneic for a apneic kind of a device. Anyway, Pradeep talked about that is definitely a very advanced level of a product. But here, what we wanted to do is to kind of understand, probably calculate the breathing cycle. So this project is done in collaboration with the Tata Steel. So Tata has a material called graphene. Graphene is one of the thickest materials available, and they were using it for batteries and all. And then we started discussing with them to understand how do we use that for medical purposes. So then what we understood that is like when you actually really apply the strain principles and you can create a band out of it, and then the change of resistance will actually reflect in the distance calculation, and I can measure number of breathing patterns and all sort of things. So we created that whole band and then applied to a breathing cycle. Breathing cycle and created certain applications around it. So it is in progress. So this is actually kind of funded by Tata Steel. And I will give you some simple examples of hospital challenges. Like for example, there are a lot of handwritten notes, and we wanted to convert that into a digital format. So there are various technologies that can be used actually to do it. And the entire fundamental principle is actually to convert these things into the digital format. The laboratory results are not consistently digitized. There are AI-based automated transcriptions are available now to convert that into a digital format. And then, for example, if you want to actually capture the vitals from the medical devices, I can put a camera, and then there are OCR technologies that can convert the display into the data, which is very, very useful. And then lack of comfort with the typing, for example. There are speech to text to speech or speech to text conversions are always there. We can use the voice recognition software to convert those, the top clinician's voice into the text. So these are practical problems that we are trying to solve. And another example that is project. Again, I'm talking about the products or a project that we are executing at this particular time. This is actually a daily ICU remote monitoring solution that we are building, wherein we integrate medical devices in ICUs and OTs. which is vendor neutral. We have different medical devices from different vendors. So we actually take the data from each of these and then do a real-time monitoring. You can see all these different functionalities available. You can see, right, this is a real-time ECG is plotting and the charting. And then we are now actually trying to integrate few BI implementation models that can predict certain aspects in ICU. So predictability is another thing. This is a complete picture of how we can actually do a complete integration, take the data, and then do some analysis and analytics, right? And just to little go in technical, for example, these are the medical devices in ICU. This is an IoT box that we created, which can integrate into these devices and transform the devices or device vitals, the patient vitals, into various forms, right? You can see the central station in hospitals. It is not a new thing. So what we wanted to do is one is connecting multi-vendor data because in an ICU, right, we will have this monitor and we will say this workstation, and there is nothing else. So we wanted to bring in various types of devices like ventilators and syringe pumps and cameras and provide a remote monitoring solution, which is actually running pretty successfully in various hospitals. And we brought in an edge computing, the IoT concept here. And then a lot of these embedded kind of an implementation that we have done. The idea is actually to transform this data and to a cloud or a local station. In fact, we got some requirements to work on a green energy projects to use a similar kind of a concept that we are actually doing it now. And this is another project we did, wherein you see, right, if you see an ICU, right, now usually there is a horizontal panel. So now a lot of these ICUs have vertical panels. That is one thing. The second thing is we actually brought this IoT inside the vertical panels. We worked with these manufacturers to kind of create it. Now all the data that we capture from these medical devices are actually pushed inside the panel, and then from there we send it to cloud and we do a lot of these operations. And then we created a complete a command center. This is a government hospital actually in Bangalore, in Vijayanagar, that we created a complete command center, and then what we want to do is one is monitoring the ICUs. There are 50 bed ICUs in this hospital, and to see whether we can monitor those patients from this room, and also probably connect other district hospitals or taluka hospitals from this. So this is actually a go live or it's on live, and in fact we implemented a robo also. There is a robo inside this ICU where it will actually go bed autonomously, with a voice command or something like that. And see, this is all project that we did. The reason I am just showing this is these are like little concepts, reality, and it can be done, in your college also because this IoT, small sensors, these are available. So the only thing is, how do we really understand the holistic picture? What is the application? What is the business need? And then retrofit it. So this is actually a neonatal equipment where we brought in these IoT concepts and completed consolidation of the information and then created a complete view of it. And we also did some projects on dental, right? Wherein you see these equipments are not connected, it is not even in the internet. So we brought in the kind of smart devices connected to this, and now we have a complete data consolidation around the dental applications also. Okay, so that is most of it on the actual some simple innovations that we created from scratch, right? The proof of concept, the implementation, and there are few more slides on Gen AI application. Like everybody likes to have some AI implementation, so I am also kind of part of it, and this is more reality, definitely. Like there are, when I talk to my friends in I also do a lot of research on AI. So there are basic kind of implementations are done in a summary reports, instructions for use, consolidation of the reports from EMR, fax, and also for doctors, right? Where these informations are actually distributed everywhere, right? But they want to just go and see, okay, for this particular patient, I want to understand what is this kind of severity of the cancer aspects. So I can put that into a query and then we can get a small report out of it. So, and this is our project that we have done in one of the OTs. And this is our engineers, working with the doctor actually to explain him how to use it. And then he was there in that OT for like 3 months to really understand the problem and fix those problems. And okay, so with this, I think I covered most of the aspects of how to, as an Indian startup, how we can actually the Medtech, how we can actually build products. Apart from this, we do a lot of work on interoperability, right? Interoperability to integrate different systems, and now even in Indian context, there are Ayushman Bharat implementation, digital India implementation. For instance, you have ABA ID also. In order to really bring those into a reality, all the systems should work seamlessly, interoperable, right? And this whole patient record, right, should be able to actually we should be able to carry from one hospital to another hospital seamlessly. Right now, it is not the case, right? We go to one hospital, you will have to register and then take all these things. If you go to another hospital, there is another cycle of registration has to be done, testing has to be done. Imagine a scenario: I take my mobile phone, go and give to the hospital, sync the data, go to another hospital, then sync the data to their system. So that is where the interoperability comes into picture. We are all working towards it, and in that context, what is how do we really create a product environment or development environment in an academic institution? It is again a little mindset kind of a thing. You need to understand the big picture. So as I mentioned, it's very important that don't work on an isolation. You need to have a big picture and holistic problem definition and understanding. Solve the industry problems, real world problems in academic research. So that is something that I really advise. Accelerate academic research. So time is very crucial. Nobody is going to wait for your time where you take years of things to do the research. And institutions setting up industry labs, definitely, because I see a lot of institutions are already doing it. And incubate entrepreneurs in academic institutions. So I work very closely with a lot of these incubators, including mainly the Manipal. In fact, next 2 days I have a kind of a review session with around 10 startups, started by students or early entrepreneurs, where we understand what they are doing, what is their idea, whether it is a potential or something like that. So these are the things that probably industry will also be interested to associate with academic to solve some of these problems. Okay, so with that, I would like to conclude my session. So if you have any questions.
Tubes and detectors are all important to home side. The cost of producing is 2.6 million. If you go out for making tubes and detectors, the cost will come down. I'm asking the CT, is valuable. But the cost of the tubes, which is our if you do all this, the cost will come down to this machine.
See, actually, apart from city is definitely a cost-heavy device. However, for example, the LAC concept or something, it's a remote monitoring or a telemedicine, right? One, when you imagine, 9 ICU that we need, because then I've seen, for example, there is a project that we have done from Bangalore to Chikpada, right? Chikpada, there is a hospital called Jain Hospital. There is something that we have worked with. So Jain Hospital in Chikpada, in the ICU, there is a lack of experts, ICU experts. Then there is a doctor from Bangalore. You should go there and every 2 days, once in 2 days, manage the ICU. And a similar kind of situation in a lot of hospitals. And because of that, they were not even taking those ICU patients. So what we have done is actually we brought in this whole technology and we made Dr. Rinki sitting in our office in our home, and she manages the ICU, because the issue with the ICU is not about whether you can what to do, what scenario is very important. It is an intervention is important. You need an expert to do it. So with this, one is if we need to pay the hospital need to pay this doctor to come there. It is an expensive business, and ultimately the charge will go to a patient. Now she will do that same consultation with 30% of the charge there. So eventually, the cost will come from to the patient. Similar thing can be done for any other type of rural area. So most of the technology that I explained is now we are focusing on the next cities, not metros.
Hereby all this knowledge from loan companies. Loan means loan medical companies or some local companies. I don't see you got a company.
Yeah. So that is my company. So we are not a medical hardware company. We are a technology company from the IoT standpoint and the software technology. I don't manufacture devices. In fact, we do that for the regulated medical devices. We do this trolleys and we do all sort of things, not on the actual hardware side.
Voice to text. Voice to text is one important area of medical student as well as software student, right? So the voice to text is your ability to practical. Voice to text.
Yeah. See, there are various tools are already available, right? Google has there are many.
See, doctor goes in the wardrobe. I speak. Can about the death. Possible.
It is possible. It is already happening. So if you ask me, it's possible. Yes, it is possible. So there are many tools that are already available, and we have integrated.
On a day-to-day life, it's not available. On a day-to-day life, the hospital is not available.
That is where I think that is kind of an adoption that we need to definitely do. We see that challenge, sir. Actually, we see the challenge of medical fraternity, adapting technology also. There is a mindset issue also there, and it is definitely important to see how we can collaborate with medical fraternity and technology product. Collaborate. So, however, just to answer your question, that full technology is available.
A short question. I read that the Indian government has allowed import of refurbished equipment. Is it a good idea? Does it mean that the equipment was obsolete and they are adopting new technologies, or is it something that's spoiled, cocked out, repaired and imported?
I think it's a huge market. That is particularly against my knowledge. It is a huge market. Refurbished equipment, huge market, and it's definitely an advantage for somebody who doesn't want to invest too much on certain very expensive devices. As long as it is completely refurbished, I mean, like reservice, working fine and all. So it's and then specifically in the medical imaging side, I've seen people buy X-ray machines, CT machines, and MRI refurbished.
Hospitals also, only the district hospitals.
No, I think again, it all depends on the money factor. If they can buy a new device, they'll buy. Otherwise, they'll go for a refurbished device.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Ashok sir to felicitate our guest. Now next we have Dr. Mahesh Jayachandra, Founder, Director and CEO, Synergetics. We have a short video about him. There's a small announcement. The buses will leave after the college buses. The college buses will leave after 4:30. So please don't worry about people who are arriving by bus.
Dr. Mahesh Jayachandra is a physician scientist specialized in neurophysiology, both experimental and cognitive. He was DBT Biodesign Innovator, Neurophysiology at the Center for Biosystem Science and Engineering, IISc 2018 to 2022. He also set up and headed the DBT Lab of Neurophysiology at St. John's Research Institute, Bangalore 2016 to 2022. He received his MBBS from Armed Forces Medical College, AFMC, Pune, MD, ECFMG, USA, and PhD from the Neural and Behavioral Sciences Program, Sunny Health Sciences Center, Brooklyn, New York. He completed postdoctoral fellowships at the Laboratory of Clinical Investigation, Yale University, New Haven, Connecticut, Dynamic Brain Imaging Laboratory, Albert Einstein College of Medicine, the Bronx, NY, and the program in Cognitive Neuroscience and Schizophrenia, Nathan Klein Institute of Psychiatric Research, Orangeburg, NY. He is currently the founding director and CEO of a deep science neuro startup making brain wearables for stroke prognosis. Let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. Mahesh Jayachandra.
And now I request Professor Kemchandra sir, please to welcome him. Sir, please sir, come on the list.
Especially thank you, Dr. Pradeep, for this invitation and East Point for this opportunity. This lecture is slightly different. It will be more medical, in nature, and we will be talking about different aspects of brain waves which we can use to develop devices, medical devices. I will focus on dyslexia and stroke. Because some of the work I've done, and I work on stroke, but dyslexia is also interesting. Okay. So what we use is event-related corrections. Basically,
whatever happens, whether you have auditory or visual stimulation, there's a response in the brain. You know that because you see it. But you can also record that response from the scalp, in a non-invasive fashion. All this is very well known, and typically you have big labs like ISA, new hands and stuff like to do these things. But in the last 5-10 years, there's been a revolution in electronics. Everything has become small. So we can actually go to the bedside of the patient and do a lot of these things. You can't really expect a stroke patient to come in the hands on the first day because he's got a stroke. So that's what I'll be focusing on. Medical problems which you can, brain problems which you can access through brain recordings. So what is the evocative potentials? There are potentials in the microvolt range. Now cardiac potentials are 1,000 times bigger. They're the millivolt range. So this is 1,000 times what is the microvolt range. And you record it after an auditory or visual or even a somatosensory stimulus. Why is it important? It's important because we can monitor function in brain diseases like stroke. We can monitor the effects of therapeutic interventions in brain dysfunction. And there are many people in any solution, they say that it increases your cognition, cognitive cognition. So we can actually rigorously test the stuff. I don't have to believe that. And it's objective and complements, evaluation by clinicians, typically clinical psychologists, neurologists, and psychiatrists. But there's a problem. There are only 2,000 to 3,000 clinical psychologists for the whole world. So, it's not possible for these guys to, take care of CNS dysfunction issues. So that's why we need technology to help us. And the other thing will be record EEG and eventually the potentials, they're in the same dynamic range. So they have a very high temporal resolution, which means you can record millisecond data. So that is very useful. Spatially, we don't know where it's coming from, but that doesn't matter. We just know the latencies when things happen. So that is a huge advantage. And it's better than FMR, which is the only other functional modality available, because that's in multiples of seconds. Seconds are a very long time for the brain. In a few seconds, you can think of a lot of different things. And similarly, there's something new with infrared spectroscopy, but that's not so common in India. Again, that's in tens of seconds, but hundreds of seconds. So with that little introduction and background, I'll go to dyslexia. So dyslexia is basically a learning disability. And for example, you have a child. The child is perfect in speaking, talking, socializing, everything. But he or she will have a difficulty between P and Q, B and T. Many of us have this growing up, and you get over it. Because the brain is very plastic, you get over it. And there's something you put it in for numbers also. It's called dyscalculia. Again, you have difficulty in distinguishing numbers. Believe it or not, 10% of Indian children have this at the school entry level. That's 13 million children. That means 130 million Indian children have to be screened. 3,000 clinical psychologists don't have a chance to screen so many people, so that's why we need technological help. And ERPs can be used as a quick and objective screening tool. Because often, I collected data from interior parts of India. It's very different from background. There, children, you have all these social hierarchies and stuff, which are these they won't even look at you with the face. They're so shy, there are all these casts, this, that, and stuff. This is like taking blood pressure. There is no, I just put it on and take it, and no problem. So same thing, you put on a head cap and you collect it. So it's objective, so that's good. And finally, variation. So we have an advantage with dyslexia. We learn our languages, all our languages in a particular way, vowels, consonants, so on and so forth, and we can use them as stimuli. Yeah, so what are we recording? So we record something called a visual evoked potential. Very straightforward. You have two electrodes on the head, one over the occipital cortex, that's where the visual system is. And we have a flashing checkerboard. That means like a chessboard which keeps inverting, every second. And if you see on the, this is the potential we record, and it's a triphasic potential. So it's called the NPC. I mean, people have spent generations working on each one of these potentials, but for our purpose today, we look at the whole thing, the triphasic potential. Okay? And it's called the NPC, the late positive potential. Why it's late? Because all these things are early. This is middle, so this is considered late. This is just terminology. Yeah, so I was talking about the Indian alphabet stimuli. So all Indian scripts, if you didn't know, are derived from the Ashokan Brahmin script. And suddenly came out of nowhere to BC. And it spread all over India. And each region, it evolved. So Gujarati, Gurmukhi, Kannada, all of them are derived from the Brahmin script. And we learn it in a particular way. First, you learn the R, the vowels, and you learn the consonants. Then you do the Kagumita, Kaki, Ku, or Maratha, that's all in Hindi. And finally, you have the Lotakshara, so Mudra, Para, Shara. So we learn it in a particular order. So we make stimuli using, we use stimuli based on this particular order. So I make 100 stimuli randomized and present it to the child. So this is the actual data, what we got. So, yeah. So this is the NPC. These are individual traces, okay? And these are entry level first standard children in Chhattisgarh, Balrampur. And these are normal children, the ones on top. And this, the teacher told us that these kids didn't know the alphabet. They're entry level and they're from tribal areas, so some of them were taught the alphabet, some of them didn't. But you see, there's a clear differentiation between the normal active kids and we call them slow. It's 200 plus milliseconds, which is a huge time for neurophysiology or a marker. So it's very, very obvious that these kids are slow. And when we do statistics, it was a small study, but statistically it's very, very significant. And we presented some of this stuff at the Society for Neuroscience, which I'm a member in Washington, D.C. in 2017. Yeah. The other thing is that I told you about the increasing complexity, right? These are the vowels, consonants, the lettering, so you see an increasing depth. It's called the possibility. It changes, and as it becomes more difficult, and this is a consistent finding. So we can not only say the children can learn the alphabet and have dyslexia with certain alphabets, we can also see what level their problems. Okay. And we used a different headband, but now we have these EEG headbands which are available. And this particular one is made in Russia, it's CE certified. So we can use this to do screening. Another, you just put on the headband and flash all these letters. Within 3 minutes, you have the data. The child doesn't feel tired. Children like it. They like to have the headband. It's wonderful. So they're happy. And we get objective data. This is very objective, as objective as a compression. So this is just to give you an idea of how we can use it in dyslexia. So I go to my what I focus on right now, which is stroke, and this is a problem. Brain function is not monitored in stroke, and this is a huge problem because the doctors don't know what's happening. I mean, just an MRI, lab test. Imaging, it doesn't really give you a function, right? For heart attacks, we have ECG, and you know exactly what happens. A1, A2, the ST elevation there goes down. The doctor knows the patient is coming in, tell the patient. Here, there's nothing. I have serial MRI because it's not granular enough. There's a slight change in function. It doesn't show the MRI. It's an anatomical snapshot. fMRI, it's possible, but very few places in India have it. It's just straightforward anatomical MRI. So, what are the current approaches that handling a stroke patient? It's structural MRI, non-specific blood and urine tests, daily clinical examinations, and this gives more information about whether the brain is recovering, deteriorating, stable, and it's like doing, handling a heart attack patient without ECG, just ultrasonography and stuff. It's impossible. Okay, so yeah. So I want to spend some time and look at on the metrics, what we use. So we use something called D300. Now it's very well known. There are 15,000 plus papers on it in PubMed. It was discovered in the late 70s. And this gives us two very reliable indices of brain function. One is attention and one is working memory. To understand it, it's not difficult, but I have to go through the experiment. So typically, the person is sitting in a chair and he's got electrodes in his head, and we flash this small ball, it's about 4 centimeters, and it's at 80% probability. Okay. So when the person sees it, he's supposed to ignore it. Now, 10% of the time it becomes checkerboard. It's like a chessboard, and the patient is is not going to do anything about that. And 10% of the time you have a big ball, which is a target, where the patient is supposed to either respond to it or not in his mind. Okay. So, so if you think about it, this big ball, you have to keep in memory, okay, there's a big ball coming and a message, so that's working memory. Okay. There are many kinds of memory, but this is one important part of memory which makes us human. The other thing check about is attention. You have to be paying attention. So you get these two slightly different responses, P3A and P3B. P3B is working memory, P3A is attention. Now these are very important evolutionary. Our ancestors had this because they're always scanning the background. Even though you're listening to me, some of the snake comes over there, you're going to jump up and you're going to fight with it or run away. Okay. If the people in our ancestors, our history who didn't run away, they're not dead because the snake bit them and they won't have any survival. So everything in biology has an evolutionary point. So this is the experiment, and it takes about 30 minutes to do. So this is the plant which I had a lab in St. John's funded by TBP, and it was grown, and 85 lakhs went to 64 channel electrical, and you get a much more detailed analysis of what's happening in the brain during this P300 experiment. And you can, this is male, this is female, and these are different views. And you see, major parts of the brain are activated, and all these parts are involved when there is a stroke. For many of the students over here, internal carotid, circle of Willis, anterior cerebral, middle cerebral, posterior cerebral artery, they supply all these areas. So we have a good metric for stroke. So now, how do you do prognosis? So there is clinical examination, neurologist comes, attending comes, senior house officer comes, they do all the different tests. Often the patient is obtunded consciousness, they can't talk to you. And otherwise they do an MRI. An MRI, I told you earlier, gives just a snapshot. So that is not useful for function. And also it's extraordinarily expensive. First, the capital expenditure involved in setting up an MRI unit. And also each MRI cost, depends whether it's government hospital or private. It can range from 1,500 to 25,000 per scan. So what we are using now is this wearable. It's a headphone. I'll tell you what. And there are electrodes over here. Okay, so you put it on your head, and you can play tones. Now this P300 also, I showed you just the visual system. It's also there in the auditory system. Like you have beep, 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 and suddenly you have a vocalization, like now or something. The brain responds. The advantage of auditory is even if the person is obtunded, the eyes are closed, they're not responding, the brain responds. With visual system, the person has to open their eyes and focus on something and press the button. And the first 2 or 3 days of stroke, they're not conscious, not entirely conscious. You can't expect to do all this. So we are focusing on the auditory system, and the metrics we are using are attention and memory. Once they recover after 2 or 3 days, we can also look at their visual system. And this was designed by physician scientists, and it's focused on clinicians. And the advantage is it's quick, it's objective, you can't change your response. It's non-invasive because it's sitting on the scalp and it's scalable. Okay? So these are all very useful from a clinical perspective, especially the objective part that it's fast. Because always in Indian OPDs and catheters, 10 times, if not 25 times the number of patients you get in Western countries. So these things are make it very useful in an Indian context. And the other thing is, in an ICU, you have other conditions where consciousness fluctuates, like all the encephalopathies. If you have hepatic encephalopathy, renal encephalopathy, the consciousness keeps fluctuating, and the doctors keep changing the ionic balance and give various drugs. Now they can actually monitor it. Because no neurologist is going to come to the ICU because the hepatic fluctuation is happening, or kidney fluctuation is happening. So here, the doctor doesn't need to call the neurologist. They do this on the patient's and they can monitor it every day. Change the sodium, change the potassium, see what happens to attention, faculty, etc. Then of course, Alzheimer's disease, where you have a disease, a problem with memory. And now from COVID, after COVID, many, 30-40% of the patients, they have mental block. They have problems with attention, they have problems with memory. Mostly goes away. But at the time very scared. Say, doctor, what's happening? Is it going to go away? Is it going to stay? So we can tell them, okay, it's improving, it's not, so on and so forth. And then finally, in the elderly, after about 85, many elderly people have dementia. So we can monitor it. It's a problem talking to older people because they can be, not cooperative. But if you put a headband and just do these things, it's objective, make progress. Okay. So yeah, I have to talk about AI/ML because everyone's talking about AI/ML. So AI/ML is, as far as I'm concerned, it's been there for a long time. It was there when I was in grad school, and the thing is, there was an AI winter about 10 years ago, and they found that they didn't have enough numbers, so it was getting all wonky results. Now they found that again, at least about 10,000 instances for it to work. And then you can talk about individualized predictive medicine. A patient comes in and say, okay, depending on the thing, this is the problem. Doctors can only say probability. So probability, this is going to happen. And what do we have in the data set? It's not something black. So we have the case sheet, we have the signs and symptoms, gauge stuff, we have the past medical history, especially the TIAs, transient ischemic attacks, because it's most frequency, more strokes, and then of course family history. Then the main things actually, the main morbidity is cardiac disease, hypertension, and diabetes. So put all this stuff and put our brain waves in, and then also the Conclave tests, MRIs and stuff. Then you can train the AI to send it back. But again, 10,000. We need 10,000 before we can be kind of sure about what's happening. Right? So that is my AI slide. So yeah, so that's it. I'm done. And if I'm happy to answer any questions. Please go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, I have some thing to ask you.
Please.
Because this AI machine learning, I have been hearing from a decade almost. It's there. And being utilized in medical healthcare industry also. What I'm thinking is the software part is excellent. How about the hardware? Because the hairband, what you said, it's procured from Russia.
Yeah.
So the cost part.
Yeah. So the thing is, we are agnostic. We don't care. We can use anything which works. And right now in India, there seem to be just a few startups which are getting into the space. One of them we tested out. I was not happy with it because we're talking about patients, it's not rats or monkeys, so we can do what we want. We have to be very careful. So I tried calibrating it. There was a problem. There were problems with cross-talk between channels. So there's another company which has come up. So for now, to move forward, we are working with the Russian vendors. They just make basic EEG and we modify it with our protocol.
As per your requirements. Just a note from my side.
Yes.
We are very good in all these algorithms, machine learning, because I helped my daughter in images of breast cancer because she was doing a work on that. So it did help. But then what I'm thinking, these kind of equipments, we startup companies should focus on the hardware aspect so that we are mostly software oriented. So if that comes through, things will become much more, we can integrate it with the industry, healthcare industry, because as you said, we doctors always have a barrier to accept the technology. Yeah, that's very true. I am also part of it. So we know that. But if these things come to us directly and being demonstrated, probably we can integrate and East Point as a platform. It's a very good institute because we have both engineering as well as medical. So this kind of amalgamation should come forward and we can see a bright future ahead, unlike going here, there and looking for avenues. So that's my point to emphasize.
No, I agree with you, ma'am. And I was talking to some of the senior faculty over here. I think East West is a good position, exactly what you said. You have medical students, faculty, you have engineering students, faculty, and all of the same campus. So you can make rapid progress.
Yeah.
And then also,
and the research, the environment. Environment is quite conducive for going ahead.
So, but for building a device, it's a little more capital intensive. Than just making an algorithm. But most probably we are going to go in that direction. For now, Sunday day we just use what
The
is
capital
available.
intensive things will be taken care by the management. But then it's a platform to bring forth this point. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Yogesh, sir, to felicitate our guest.
Sir. You have a question? Yeah, please. That's it.
Can you hear me?
So I would start off by saying it was a very informative session. I have a question. In the future, probably, can we record brainwaves in a more portable smart device to record the neuroplasticity levels in order to increase it? Or even for people with a familiar history of dementia or Alzheimer's, is there a way we can record brainwaves so we know which level of neuroplasticity they are at, so we can increase it or make changes?
The two parts to your question. There are two parts to your question. One is we can record continuously. We have devices like order among the devices, the heart. We have for the brain, we can record. Now, neuroplasticity is how the brain changes and stuff. That's a little tougher to answer. You're not the same person you were yesterday. Your brain has changed. So in that sense, there is neuroplasticity. But we can definitely record over a period of hours or days. The technology has been there for some time. And then you have to look at gigabytes of data. You have to analyze it and see how it changes over time. But definitely we can do it.
So in the future, how will AI help us in understanding neuroplasticity better?
Yeah. So the thing is, AI is basically, I think of it as a tool. Mathematical, it's like your compass blocks. You have compass blocks in these days. It's a tool. So when you have a large enough data set, it will get patterns. And that's all it does. And the patterns, again, it's all probabilities. It's not 100%. It'll never be 100%. But 95% is good enough for us doctors. So any large data set is amenable to AI analysis, where not AI ML, where you can look for patterns. And then later, AI is the next step, where you can predict based on this what is probably going to be the result. So,
Next up, we have Mr. Balachandra, founder CEO, Deep Valley Solutions, and he's a professor at MIT. Here's a short area about him.
Balachandra Anantaraman is the director of the Bali IT Solutions and professor of practices at Neet Meenakshi Institute of Technology with a master's in computer engineering and second master's in computer science from Florida Institute of Technology, USA. Areas of specialization include computer network, system design, AI, learning algorithm, statistical and intermediate Six Sigma methods, software design, software engineering, measurements and metrics, software processing. processes, product and process quality, CCMM, COPC, Malcolm Walters Award. Medical device standards include Rule 17 Indian Medical Device Standard, ISO 9001, ISO 13485, CMD CAS, European Regulatory and APA standards. His academic services include working at Technical Institute as a teacher in Technical Institute, USA, and as visiting adjunct and full-time faculty in engineering colleges in Karnataka, SJC Mysore, and Neet Meenakshi Institute of Technology during 2004 to 2006. His goal in academic services is to inculcate quality values, high-level thinking, and developing quality industry skills in students. He is keenly interested in supporting new teaching and learning methods for enhanced students' engagement and active learning for achieving institution's mission while supporting continuous improvement. Balajandra's industry experience spans over 18 years working in IT software companies such as CG Smith, LG India, Tektronix, Philips Singapore, Charisma Corporation, QEI India, Commerce Velocity, Nest Technologies Switzerland, Promerica Ireland, Medical Device Company for his health, serving from staff engineer to senior manager, director, and general manager. Let's put our hands together to welcome Mr. Balachandra.
May I now request Dr. Divakar sir to welcome him.
Good afternoon to all of you. And I'm sorry for the many problems that we had. And I also gave a writer to Dr. Pradeep, and that was a very quick introduction which I'm very sorry for. Good Good afternoon once again, and I wish to thank Pradeep Desai for having given this opportunity. CSI India, management of East Point College, Medical College and Engineering College. I think this is a wonderful opportunity, and when Pradeep sir called me, he
said, I just wanted to talk about the complexity of medical device. And I knew where he was coming from because we were both associated in developing one medical device for diabetes. And it is still stuck somewhere in the middle because of some financial aspects that we need to go on. And we have put the company in the dormant state, but we are still very optimistic that the process will go on. And so he suggested that the audience is going to be engineering college students and medical students. So I thought it was most appropriate to tell you all the problems that we face, and also what is it that we should not be doing, and what is the model that you need to adopt so that you can be successful in trying to place a medical device in the market. Just to start with, I think complexity indicator is one of the most important things that we need to understand anytime that we try to do, because it translates into a very important factor later on. And what I'm trying to cover this in about 15 minutes or 20 minutes, three perspectives of complexity. One is the business, the second is the development in India, medical device development in India. And development cycle, I think Vijay sir and our other speakers spoke about the development cycle. I think I will just add on to that and tell what is it that needs to be done to achieve those milestones in the cycle. And most of all, I think standards and regulatory is one of the most toughest and difficult ones. I get to see some of you ask a few questions, and that is very true. We have still not made the breakthrough. At least I have not, or Pradeep sir and we have not still done the diabetes medical device. But I think we are optimistic. I think we should be able to do that also. And how we can overcome these complexities. Having understood the difficult problems, and we have found different ways and solutions to get through these problems, because we don't have a very good ecosystem for medical device development. And I also will just present a very high level meta model that is going to help early decision makers whether we want to really go ahead and do a medical device or not. Because medical device, as we're going to see very soon, economics of medical device development is not just simple. It's very large, so we need to be very careful. And then we will take some questions towards the end. I think I want to start with the definition of complexity. Complexity is a state of having many parts and being difficult to understand or find an answer. Right? So if you look at an example, even here, where there is a small baby on the there's a small baby, and I will print a picture, I'm sorry. So it's hooked up into many of these medical devices here. And this is the customer view. So what we are talking about is the flip side. What is going to happen through the development engineers about how to go ahead and get these devices done so that baby can, they can save the lives of the baby. So that's what we want to look at, but that's going to be the complexity, we will understand the complexity. Sorry. Anyway, never mind. So the complexity of developing medical device is something that we're going to look at in terms of the model. And also, why do we want to look at complexity? Can I just hear from anyone, why do we want to look at complexity? What is it? What is the magic in this complexity? I think the answer is there. Why is it that we want to look at complexity as a factor even before we do anything? Or at least know the largeness of the problem, the size of the problem, because it translates to the level of difficulty that we need to address. Okay, so if you did software engineering, because software development and software engineering are all more mental activities, so we try to understand the complexity of the mental load that goes through to develop a software. Okay, it's the same thing in many other areas, but complexity is a wonderful thing that we need to look at right at the beginning. As Vijay sir said, we need to look at risks right in the beginning of starting a medical device. Even when you conceptualize a medical device, you need to know what the risks are, what risks are involved in the development process. Looking at the end of the device, looking at what this release, like down here, all of these things, that is the vision that you need to have to try to develop a medical device. So complexity is very important for us because of this. very good indicator of complexity. So complexity in medical devices, so these are the three areas that we look at. One is business and development, medical device development life cycle, which also previously Mr. Vijay addressed the life cycle, right? And also we're looking at standards and regulatory, how difficult it is so that we can understand how we need to go about what is the roadmap that we can draw to achieve some of these goals. The first thing, complexity in medical device business and development in India. I think we've all heard, right? Most of the devices are imported in India. Very, very few are manufactured in India. And we also, since we don't manufacture these medical devices, obviously we cannot evolve an ecosystem for developing medical devices. So that is another problem. And typically, the economics, if you look at the economics of medical device, as Sir said, it takes 7 to 10 years. The FDA clearly says a medical device cannot be developed before 7 years, and probably it might take about 10 years to the maximum technology medical device. And the investments are very large. We know that very large. I try to correlate the investments to the product life cycle in the early stage and the design stage and also the manufacturing stage. So we know how complex it is and how economics is so large in trying to develop a medical device, which means that if we don't assess complexity and difficulty level, there's a very high chance of failure. And we also know, Sir also has mentioned that there's only 1 or 2 devices out of 10, probably even not that, 1 out of 10 is only one that can go to the market. So out of 10 medical devices, there's only one medical device that goes to the market. So it's still a very difficult proposition, and investments are large. So you have to wait for 7 years to build a medical device. When will you get your money back? Probably 10 years or more. More than 10 years, I guess. So people are not ready to wait that long. And the chances of failure is high, and also the chances of competition is there. We don't, even if we position ourselves competitively in the market, in 7 years there could be somebody else who comes up with a better idea, better device, and better concept, and then we will be overridden by this. So if you look at the medical device, so as I think you might remember, I'm just trying to reiterate, voice of the customer is not understood. We don't know what the customer wants. That has been one of our major problems, which we have understood through a little bit of research over the last few years. We don't understand the customer very well, what the need of the customer is, what the wants of the customer is, because the need of the customer and the wants of the customer are very different. One is explicitly stated requirements, and the other is implicitly stated requirements. So implicitly, if we don't address the implicitly stated requirements, we will not succeed in any aspect of medical device, not only medical device, even in software development. So developing is 80% of the market is imported. We don't have a very good ecosystem. We have to depend on, like Sir said in the morning, the defendant asked an American advisor, how do we do this for Indian market? So we pay like India. And then market size is $52 billion. I think it's a lot of money. And if we can capitalize on this, I think we're made. But there are only 15 devices that are regulated. Less than 15 devices. I think the start of it, not even 15 is a large number that I have. We only have less than 15 devices regulated in India. So we still have a very huge opportunity to develop medical devices, and medical device manufacturing involves a very complex process. I will just take you through product life cycle, this complexity in the next couple of slides. Standards and regulation is one of the most important aspects that we need to address, but it is also one of the most complex aspects that we will have to address products. We don't get a regulatory license to sell, not only in India, probably abroad also. And we will not be able to get through that. And the other aspect of standards and standards and regulation is that you have to harmonize these standards, which is the other difficulty. I will give you what it means in the latest slides. And then attitude towards best practices for manufacturers. Manufacture lacks make in India product. So after a while, people say, let's go buy something from US, let's go buy something from Japan. and that's the end of the story. So we don't have the trust, but I think the last 10 years has been very promising. Our Honorable Prime Minister Modi has taken a lot of steps, but we still hope for the next few years, if the Raleigh comes back to power, and we hope that this is going to change. Okay. No, this is really badly needed, sir. I think it's one of the most important things because we have learned that to failure. And that is the business part of it. I think sir also mentioned in the previous talk that there is a product vision that we need to create. We need to create a product vision. And I said in the earlier slide that we need to create the vision of what we want to do as a concept to the end of what it should be. It's a very difficult process. It's not simple. What is it that it has to be at the end of the result of the development cycle is what we need to visualize. So to create a product vision which takes you to, let's say, a first initial planning for 7 years. In that 7 years, many things change. And you should have enough technical expertise to address that, which we don't, which I don't know honestly, whether we fully have it, partly have it, but that is something that we need. And lack of planning and awareness towards institutionalized quality systems. Quality systems that is ISO 9001 or 13485 or FDA or EU regulations. These are all mandatory requirements that we need to use to develop a medical device, and we are not there still yet. High cost implementing implementing standards and regulations. For during preclinical trials, if we go and do a minimum viable product testing from one of labs like UL, then the charges at least for 20 lakhs. Just for one cycle, 10 to 20 lakhs of an invasive product. And probably preclinicals go through 2 or 3 cycles of testing. And you look at about, even if you look at 15 lakhs, 15, 50, 45 lakhs. That's a large amount of money, even in the concept stage. Okay. And then the other thing is manufacturing cycle ranges from 5 to 7 years or 7 to 10 years, and lack of high quality skilled experts. These are all the problems that we're facing currently. Though even the management or the company business establishes the vision, to achieve that vision, we have to go through all of these difficult areas in our country. But how do we overcome this? So as I said, disruption is not a very good word, but I guess disruption to me means we want to change the way we are doing things. Disrupting is just trying to change what we are trying to present. So we need to disrupt the process, stop importing, start manufacturing in India. That is one thing that we can do. But it is easier for me to say, but how do we do? We need to have models. Everybody will say any model that you have is not right. Any model that you do is going to be wrong. But that's still fine. The wrong models can lead us in the right direction and can sort of the journey to develop the product. So I will have a generic model that I can share with you as to how we can, how medical devices can be developed. And also we need to apply good manufacturing practices. Good manufacturing practices come by default if we try to accept and adopt ISO 9001, 13485, or EU standards, or CMD CAS, which is the Canadian standards, or even any other standards that are from Indian regulatory approvals, Rule 70. All of these are standards that we can use to make sure that we can adopt good manufacturing practices. And gap again is the manufacturing practices we applied in medical device manufacturing, and this is one of our research problems that we identified, and we have kind of understood what we need to develop a good medical device, and have also published a paper which I shared with you. So the second part, that's the first part, the business and the vision and the product vision. So then there needs to be a clear alignment between these two. And then the second one, once we have evolved this vision, we need to take this through the product development cycle. I think two of our speakers just mentioned about the product development cycle. And here I have kind of very 4 areas for this concept. prototype, design manufacturing, and manufacturing, design for manufacturing. So, as I said, if you look at this concept stage itself, the concept and the early prototype as one preclinical. And if it is an invasive device, you have to go to animal trials. Animal trials, preclinical, and then preclinical testing also is a part which we may have to go through about 1 or 2 cycles of testing. So that is going to add to the investment of the product. And so that is proof of concept stage requires an outcome of iteration for me. So if somebody comes and tells you, give me a concept or a blueprint of the design of your medical device, I will get you funding, don't believe that. Don't believe that if somebody comes and tells you, give me a blueprint of the medical device, don't believe it's not going to happen. And that is one of the reasons why you have to go to government funding, that is the central government funding, like many funding agencies are there, because you want to keep your economics very low, because it's going to take you a lot of money to develop that, even at the initial stage concept and the early prototype. So beta prototype, once you finish that, you have to develop a beta prototype, which is also going to go through a design experiment. You still have not innovated the complete product, because there are many showstoppers which will come through. You have to go through a lot of research in each single area. Like just for example, when we were trying to do, when we try to sell energy and try to measure the blood glucose component. So there were some areas which we didn't realize in the beginning, and they said blood is very thick, and when it is thick, your energy may not penetrate too much inside. So there might be problems in, dispersion and a lot of other things. So we were not aware of many of those things. We had to do a little bit of research into how we need to handle, what are the different implications of trying energy into the body to measure blood glucose. Okay, so these are challenges that will keep coming as we go along, and a lot of research time has to be put into that part. So after the beta prototype, it goes through a design of experiments. You have to go for the design for manufacturing. But even at this stage, we are not sure. We are not sure whether this device can be manufactured, because manufacturing has its own challenges again. Manufacturing says, no, we cannot put these screws here, we cannot put these bolts together here, we cannot, this casing is not okay. And a lot of other different, many challenges. Manufacturing will come back, and then you have to go back again to the design, conduct a few more experiments, come back again here, go to the testing labs, and then come and do the final manufacturing of the product, which go through QA/QC, as Vijay said. QA/QC is another challenge. So it doesn't pass. Oops. I tried to. So this is another problem. But how do we overcome this? It's a question that is very simple. Very simply said, obtain an institutionalized quality management system. Okay, it has a lot of processes, ISO 9001 or 13485, and then development of the methodology, which involves standards and regulation, harmonizing standards, and regulatory testing for regulatory testing and compliance. These are the few things that we need to have as processes very early during the development of the medical device. You cannot think of trying to do these things much later. So you should have knowledge of this much earlier. And the other thing is, as I mentioned, we go through iteration. So we need to make sure that your processes are, iterated through design concept, and then manufacturing again back into design. And after you go clinical trial and put it into the market for market analysis, then again you have to go back and go through your processing. Okay, so this is the way in which we can overcome the life cycle of this complexity. A very defined and institutionalized quality management system. As far as the standards are concerned, right from the beginning, I think we should have a good and a very sound knowledge of all the standards that are there. ISO 9001, 13485. And not only the standards, the regulations. If you have to sell it in Europe, you have to follow the European standards, which is called European regulatory. And if you want to sell it in Canada, you have to use CMT CAS regulatory. And if you want to sell it in the US, you need to have FDA. But from 2017 and 2018, India has announced Rule 70, which is the Indian Standard and Regulatory Guidelines. So now, anyone who develops medical device in India will have to follow Rule 70. So, why standards compliance so rigorous in a medical device development environment is because medical device can malfunction and it can cause death, or it can cause permanent damage, or it can also cause temporary damage. So this is the reason why we are very rigid about proving that your medical device is safe and it is non-hazardous, and you also provide indications that if in case of a malfunction, how is it going to malfunction? So it's a tedious process. The engineering design is a very tedious process. So how can we overcome these regulatory parts? All that we need to do is set up the ISO 9001, 13485, harmonize it with the harmonizing standards, and then that's all we need to have. So develop a quality management system. Understand what are the standards that you need to apply, and also develop the required 13485 framework. Harmonize all the standards that are relevant for that 13485, and then you have to follow. This is how I think very easily we can overcome. We so prone to as Indians, I think we have that attitude towards not complying with everything that we want, and that is why we fail. But if we comply, this is one of the best things that can happen. Because I have worked with CMMI, ISO 9000, and all of the times when we have had ISO 9000 or CMMI, we've always succeeded. We have never failed. Okay, and going further, there's a simple model that I thought I should have. So QMS is fundamental. Let us not ignore, let us not let it go. 2 minutes. And so you have the concept that you have a product development life cycle based on phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. And you create your quality management system, align it with 13485. 13485 is fundamental for any medical device. You don't have a choice. Then all that you have to do is take the instance of this quality management system only, which means that you have a smaller set of processes and procedures. So you don't have to apply, or generally what people do is they will take the entire quality management system and use the same thing, and there is going to be a lot of non-compliance, which is not going to work. So we take the quality management system, tailor that to the product vision that we have, create those processes, harmonize it with only the standards that we need. So now you can harmonize it with only the relevant standards to the preclinical. Only those, if it fails, you know where it failed, your economic losses are less, and if you can make it through, then you go to the next stage, then you can, make it bigger, do the bigger testing, and then harmonize it with other standards, relevant standards, and more. Okay. So this is the model that we, Pradeep Desai is also a part of that. This Debord After Art Association for 2 years, I think, that we developed the medical device, and manufactured for it. All of these, my experience with medical device, though I did medical electronics in my engineering, I didn't work in the area, and I did work with Dr. Shah with this device for a couple of years, and that is where all of this knowledge has come. And I also wish to thank Dr. Shah and Dr. Pradeep for all this support and help and all of that. Any questions?
Thank you, Vanchan, sir. Sir, this side.
Sir, here.
Yeah, you have a question. So, thanks for simplifying the complex things. I have twofold to my question. One is, India is going through a transformation where we are defining a lot of standards for our medical device and other things, correct? So it is still not mature. To my understanding, currently it has come under the CDSO under that, and there are classified devices and you have to abide by the rules, correct?
Yes, correct.
So The first question is to do with as it is a transforming phase. So where the things are very well defined, like the FDA or the C or the Japanese kind of a thing. So we know the process, we follow the process and come out of the device properly, and which is aligned with the standards. But here, it is in a definition phase. And the cycle is also very 3-4 years. You work on something and definition changes, so you are again at the ground zero. So what is your opinion? How do we approach this so that we align with the definition? We are not away from the definition of things. So I hope you understand.
Yes, now you hit the nail on there. Definition is what we want to start. That is why I started with the definition of complexity. That is where we need to start. But irrespective of any country that works on a medical device, all of them will work on the same guidelines, 13485. So there is a basic guideline as to how to develop the medical device.
That's the manufacturing standard.
Yes, that is the basic fundamental. But now, when the standards are there, the harmonizing standards are there, let's say risk management or software development lifecycle 62366 or 1341981, which is risk evaluation and software development lifecycle. Now, the regulation tells us how we need to apply that in the 13485. Correct. So, which is different for each country. So USA says, I want a quality metric of maybe 98%, reproducibility of 99%, repeatability of 95%. But if it is India, India says, maybe I might be fine with 90% repeatable. So if it is repeatable in Karnataka, Maharashtra, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, or Andhra Pradesh, that is fine for me. Because I'm not going to sell the devices in the northern states of India. I mean, I'm just giving you a very alien example. But if that is the case, then the regulations that is going to apply to the medical device is going to be different. But if you say, no, I want to sell this in North India, North Indian people eat more of wheat, whereas we eat a lot of rice. So your medical device now has to be fine-tuned to that requirement. So that is where AI comes into the picture. AI says, now I can learn the good habits, lifestyle habits of South India, North India I can learn, and I can provide a better recommendation. So that is where the advantage. I think I don't think all of you should be intimidated by AI, because I learned AI 25 years ago in my master's program, and for network adaptive routing, and even today it is still the same stage in India. So I don't think we don't have to be alert to the questions. I don't think there's an intimidation by that, but the only thing is we have to upskill or reskill. We just need to learn a little bit of AI so that we are also competent in AI to be using it. That's all. I mean, that is off the mark, but yeah, so did I answer the question?
Yeah, what is basically what you're telling me is we have to align with all those things slowly, and we make those changes so that we are not far off or not falling far or tangential to the things.
So it is exactly like that. Now, I think for an example, I don't want to mention that for energy that goes into the body for measurement. So India has a different.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you due to time shortage. There's another speaker, so I will get back to you, sir. Your email ID now has. So we have next speaker. May I now request Dr. Prakash to felicitate him?
Martin.
We have our next speaker, Mr. Sandesh Nawale. He's a co-founder of Square Healthcare. Here's a brief AV about him.
Sandesh will begin MBA graduate from XLRI Jamshedpur and both of a degree from RBC in Bengaluru, boasts a diverse professional profile. Business analyst at ZS Associates, specializing in pharmaceutical sales and marketing. Business analyst at Avishundra Healthcare, contributing to strategic initiatives. Consultant for Avishundra Life, a digital healthcare platform, focusing on operational enhancements. Consultant for healthcare operations and marketing at Lifeline Hospital, Pune, where he drives strategic growth. Managing partner at Synergy Healthcare Solutions, Haveri, overseeing operations and business development. Strategic advisor to JPM Medical Foundation, Pune, providing valuable insights and guidance. With a blend of analytical prowess and strategic acumen, Sandesh brings a wealth of experience to various facets of the healthcare industry. His multidimensional expertise contributes to the success and growth of organizations across the healthcare spectrum. Let's put our hands together to welcome Mr. Sandesh Nande.
Good evening, everyone. I'm so sorry to be the last speaker and making you wait so long for you to go home before this. So, my name is Sandesh. You had the introduction. I'm basically MBA graduate from finance and marketing background. So, from morning we've been talking about what all is happening in healthcare. I thought for a difference, I present you about how do we make money in healthcare through these things. So, probably it will be more interesting for all future innovators, doctors, entrepreneurs, and technologists to know what matters in healthcare and how they will be making money, or what probably will bring in more money into healthcare. Only to give you the perspective that in building a strong economically grounded India, healthcare is going to play a very major role. So in the flow of presentation, we'll be looking at very basic things such as how is the economic activity in healthcare structured, and how is the market itself structured, and how did the economics came into creation, and what are the principles of marketing use, and what do we see as the way forward in healthcare. So, healthcare in India, as per 2022, is a $372 billion market. This is 30 lakh crores in Indian rupees converted. So, when we talk about healthcare in general, we are looking at hospitals, insurance premiums, pharmacies, clinics, health checkups, equipment and devices. Along with all these things combined together, healthcare has been growing at a very fast pace to reach approximately about $400 billion in 2022 as calculated. So, breaking down the healthcare market to understand what it basically is. Healthcare basically is a relationship between a doctor and patient. No matter how you look at it, it just boils down to this and just this. So either with technology, process, entrepreneurship, software, whatever we are doing, we are either making a decision-making process for a doctor easy, documentation process easy, or is representation easy. When it comes to patient, we are increasing its affordability, its access, and its awareness. So, whenever we talk about marketing, when we are looking at key customers who we are talking to, as entrepreneurs, we are either talking to a doctor or trying to solve a problem which patient community is having. So, to understand it even more deeply, we look at persona of doctors to begin with. So all different kind of personas which we target when we go to market with our products are of these kinds. We have doctors who are entrepreneurial in nature. They own hospitals, they own their private clinics. They want to bring in all new things. They want to build systems. They want to build businesses. They welcome all as entrepreneurs. There are tech-savvy people. They are perfectly in line with all the clinical knowledge they have, and they are open to adopt every technical innovation that is there in the market. The process-savvy doctors who are very particular about getting the SOPs right, having the qualities right, getting the documentation right. There are revenue maximizers who want to just drive the flow in of the patients and increase the revenue of the system they are running somehow. And there are, as in every system, follow the lead kind of doctors who just catch up with the trends that are going on and just adapt it to the systems. When you talk about persona of patients, so this is where more critical aspects of healthcare come in. So whenever we talk about technology, innovation, and all fancy things, we know where we are positioning ourselves in. But the fact of the matter, when we talk about market, it is divided into economically wealthy and economically poor patients. So among economically wealthy, there are educated and proactive patients who are well informed. They know everything about who's the best doctor in the town, which is the best hospital in the town, where to go for what treatment, how to take care of themselves. They are very well informed. And there are educated, but they are reactive in nature, that they take care of their healthcare needs only when they are having healthcare issues. And when we talk about economically poor, they are uneducated and reactive with health concerns, meaning that they go to any hospital which is nearby, any place that they can go to for immediate treatment. They do not know much about who is the best doctor, what kind of doctor we reach out to for what problem, but they just choose convenience. And they are uneducated and ignorant of healthcare concerns. These are the people who don't even know that healthcare solutions exist for few of their problems. Believe me, I have seen patients fighting with cataract disorders who don't even know that they have cataracts. Only when we reach there with our healthcare solutions, they understand that this can be solved and they can actually come out of their blindness. Such is the volume of lack of awareness. So, between this relationship, a simple relationship of a doctor and a patient, how did the entire economy of healthcare come into existence? That starts with first trying to bring in a service enhancement. You build a hospital, a fancy one, 5-star, 3-star, or a minimal 30-bedded hospital with minimal infrastructure where a patient can walk in, get admitted, get operated. Increase the service enhancement through infrastructure. Bring in technology to bring in enhancement of precision. Get ECG, digitized machines, AI machines. All these technology come in to increase the precision of treatment and help a doctor in decision making. There is HR and training to bring in quality human resources to ensure the processes are set up right and all services that are rendered in healthcare are achieved with maximum quality. And there are financial instruments to increase affordability. These are health cards and insurance. Combined with these two, combined with all these elements between doctor and patient, the entire economy of healthcare can set. So, in the economy that is set up with all these four elements, these have been generally the principles of marketing that are consistently used to reach out to a hospital or try to solve a patient problem with our products. We either promise private inclusion, that we will cover everyone in our country, everyone in the diaspora to give them the best healthcare possible, or we try to increase the access with technology using teleconsultations or using offline things like primary healthcare centers. We increase affordability with financial instruments such as insurance and sometimes with tech R&D which can reach out to grassroots level and things like ECGs and certain scans can be done at as low as 10 to 20 rupees. We increase precision and process quality to ensure that the treatment and diagnosis is done in the right way. and we do network optimization and management so that a patient who is diagnosed with cancer in a rural village gets to efficiently reach even a place like Delhi or US to get the treatment done in a most efficient way possible. So with these principles of marketing, we create products in healthcare, reach out to businesses and institutions, and might increase the enhance the economy. So with these principles of marketing, what we have seen historically has consistently worked for healthcare businesses are the following elements. With respect to consultation and counseling, doctors who have been widely successful are the ones who are counseling driven. They empathize with the patient, they understand what the patient is going through instead of just writing a prescription for it to try to solve the problem. The systems which have reduced the complexity of service to streamline it seamlessly to make the patient journey experience itself fantastic have always thrived. Institutions like Narayana, Fortis, Apollo strive to just clearly make patient walk in and walk out with a big smile on his face. That way they forget all the difficulties they have achieved from that level and increase the value they have to work. Whenever there is a precision focus in healthcare systems, they use right kind of systems, right kind of SOPs. There is a happy work environment among nursing and doctors and all the workforce involved, which in turn leads to a very happy work environment and hence very memorable experience for a patient. We have come across patients who after years have still remembered the nurse that they treated them more than the doctor that they treated them. And of course, all-inclusive financial instruments which governments on every level are trying to come up with, and the products and the hospitals are also trying to come up with packages and solutions which can comprehensively cater quality healthcare services at a lower price. So, with these principles which have consistently worked and the principles of marketing which are existing very much in the healthcare market, we now look at the way forward for Indian healthcare market. Indian healthcare market, even at $370 billion now, is still growing at 22% CAGR. AI is promising to be a $1 trillion market by 2035, and most of it is likely to come from healthcare. Huge pool of employment for Indian population is bound to be derived from healthcare sector, given the volume of it. And most promising aspect, which I am personally working towards, is value-based universal healthcare system, a system where everyone gets a right and access to a free healthcare solution. We all together should work on making healthcare interaction from a fearful experience to liberating one.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Pradeep sir to facilitate him. We have with us today CEO of Tech Fortune company. He will be speaking about a small, he'll be giving a brief about his company and products with just few minutes.
Very good evening, all. Myself, Conclave. So, I'm the CEO of Tech Fortune Technologies in Bangalore. We are in the industry, tech industry from past 7 years. We are working with almost 200 plus engineering colleges and 30 plus medical engineering colleges and more than 30 plus universities. So we are the major partners for this, I would like to thank providing this great opportunity for us to showcase our, medical device products as well as what way, Tech Fortune will be collaborating with the medical colleges to help them to train their students. And since morning we are hearing so many things about this, artificial intelligence. And morning there are so many speakers spoken about augmented reality and virtual reality, as well as this 3D printing industry and various simulation tools. So we are the facilitators for this educational institutes and doctors and researchers where they can use our technology trends to incorporate to publish their research papers, inculcating our technologies with various research papers. So we are the major partners for this Ansys. Ansys will be one of the major tool which is used for medical device simulation, and also especially for many of the doctors they use this tool for one of the simulation industry. And we gathered with one of the top 5 world VR based company Eddie. So we created complete human anatomy content as morning some person some speaker was talking about this how this VR can be utilized in a medical industry. And also we are the partners for this Stratasys, where it is one of the topmost 3D printing company, Dubai-based, UAE-based company, where facilitating this medical engineering colleges for their students on upskilling on human anatomy lab. Okay, so these are the areas where Tech Fortune Technologies is concentrating. So where we recently done various our team has been developed with Alexa Labs, where we created complete human anatomy model on this VR. So where students can learn this VR technology. So we are helping the colleges and universities to establish this center of excellence. So I have one small video on VR, how VR technology can be used in the medical science industry. So again, I would like to thank for all the providing me this great opportunity to present our company, showcasing our company. This is a small area about
virtual reality has wide applications in the medical field, and medical education is one of them. IXA Labs medical VR modules provide an in-depth view of the human anatomy, such as the skeletal system, heart, lungs, etc., and also the various processes taking place inside. Let's explore the lungs and see its various parts, the insides, and the overall working. So these are the lungs, and we can rotate and see a 360-degree view of it. We can see the internal working and the various parts of it. This is the inside view, and we can clearly see the alveoli. Similarly, this is the heart, and we can see its internal working and the various parts involved by changing the view. There is also a cross-sectional view, and we can see the process that takes place during a heartbeat.
So this is the way medical students can work with the complete human body to understand the knowledge about the human body and other things. This IXR completely we created this VR models. So there will be two different kinds of models are there. One is like they can play with human body and other things like that. It's like small kid can do anything. So this is where VR industry can helping the medical student. Thank you. Thanks for providing this great opportunity.
As we come to the end of the event, let us carry forward the insights gained today as we embark on a journey towards a more brighter, innovative future in healthcare. With this, may I now call upon Mr. Mani sir to give the vote of thanks.
Good evening to everyone. It has been a very interesting and engaging day today. Kindly indulge me for a few more minutes as I have a whole team behind the success of this excellent program. Firstly, I would like to thank Dr. Sachidananda, our chief guest for today. Today's interesting sessions would have not been this great without our speakers. I would like to specially mention our speakers, Dr. Prakash Yes, Dr. Shyam Vasudev Rao, Mr. Bhaskaran Srinivasan, Mr. Vijay K. Paul, Mr. Rajendra K, Mr. Mahesh J. Chandra, Mr. Balachandra K, and Sandesh Naveda. What makes our session lively is our audience. I would like to thank all our delegates and participants, both online and offline. EP said, without whom we could not have achieved this feat. We offer our gratitude for hosting this. Dr. Pramod Gowda sir, Dr. Rajiv Gowda sir, we thank you. Dr. Prakash and the whole team of EP said, whose supports and guidance in the organization of this program from the beginning has been overwhelming. Thank you. Finally, I would like to thank my team at CSI, Dr. Pradeep, Chairman, without whose leadership this would have not been possible. Mr. Anthony Peter, Dr. Srishay, Mr. Basadatta, Mr. Ravindra Rao, Mr. Dayanand, Mr. Vishwas Gopana. And special mention to Dr. Ansuya and Mr. Mani for putting in their efforts and time since the inception. Thank you.
All are requested to come near the dais. We will have a group photo.
ನಾವು ಕೂಡ
Students can also come, so faculty.
ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ
ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ ದೂರ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಕಣ ಈಗ ಮುಂದೆ ತಗೋ
There's a high tea arranged outside. Everyone please join.